Hello everyone. This is the newest stream of the streams that I do of this week. The channel is fine. Everything's okay. We got a lot of interesting things to talk about that has been going on around the world. And you could be watching from anywhere. And now I'm going to be switching to the other window. Alright. This room's kind of dark, but it's good to see everyone. And it's nice at night. So, what is going to be talked about today? So, today, the topics will consist of the Oceangate, how they're saying James Cameron doesn't know anything about the submersible in question, and also another situation we have is recently with the other situation, which is Russell, the lady that lied, and we also have the other things that we're going to be talking about with the cryptids. I'm going more into that. And more things about the Titan. And I'm going to start with doing some of the game while we wait for people to come through, and I'll be talking while I am doing that. Probably listening to some of the music that I have. Alright, let's see. Anyone here? No. So yes. So basically everyone, now I'm going to switch to the window and talk a little bit about what's going on. Feel free to say hello in chat. Alright, so as we wait for more people to come, I'm going to have the game up. And yeah, so with the submersible, there were people like the co-owner of Oceangate was basically saying how James Cameron doesn't know what he's talking about, when James Cameron would know what he's talking about with the submersible. And I think it's interesting how Rush surrounded himself with people that were as insane as he was. And also the lady, my ship needs to be repaired. Also the lady that was having the problem with the Russell, who was lying about being kidnapped. I think that's absolutely absurd, how she conned everybody and she was able to trick a lot of people into thinking that she was kidnapped, but she really wasn't. And those in chat, if you know about the case, what do you all think of the motive? You know, what was the reasoning for it? I think that people may have mental issues or people want attention. I think that's a big possibility. And I think it goes a lot with a lot of situations these days in recent times, how a lot of people like to come up with these things to get more attention and money, and they'll use different emotions. They'll use a lot of emotions to trigger people. Like say if a lady gets kidnapped, or this say a black lady gets kidnapped, and everybody's upset. And yeah, so that's in my thoughts, and I would be interested to see y'all's thoughts about that. And I will be getting to the article, everybody, just as chat when there's more people that are here, because I don't necessarily want to start when the people aren't here. When I see people in chat, hello to everyone. But that's basically what I like to see, is, everybody could be here. And yeah, so anyway, so basically with the other story, I'll say about the James Cameron thing, that they said he was very experienced and he was very good with what he was talking about. But they were saying the submersible, they don't know any better. I think that's goofy. I think it's very goofy. And Oceangate wants to not be completely bankrupt for what they brought themselves into. Then they should have listened to experts. And Mary says, I think Carly Russell has a mental health issue and wanted attention. I agree with you. Yes, I agree too, Mary. I definitely agree with that as well. And this pirate ship right now, it's a ghost ram. Boom. I'm gonna cannon fire. Yeah, so that's how you deal with these ships. Yeah, but yeah, I think she has a mental illness, certainly. And I'm going to review some of the news coverage from that. I will. In a little bit. Yeah. And yeah, so last time what happened, there was this thing I was playing, in my opinion, for fair use. And the copyright affiliate wanted to take it down. I could have had it disputed, but it's their loss for new growth. My opinion about the fair use is that basically when you have something for fair use, they say the show, sometimes they'll say to show some clips of the video. Now other YouTubers don't seem to mind, but it's these like TV companies and stuff, and they may not be that familiar with those things. But so basically they don't say that you can't show the whole video. They say that you could show a small piece of the video, but it's not specific on how much time is fair use and what isn't fair use. So I think that, and it doesn't say you can't show the whole video, so that would just be something that would be argued in a court, in my opinion. Yeah, so these ships are like, what's it called? The Black, not the Black Pearl. About to get hit. I got hit a little bit. Yeah, the ship in question, it's like Davy Jones' ship, the Undead. Yeah, Mary, the pirate game's called Pirates of the Caribbean Online. And I missed because I fired too soon. Isn't that something, chat? I fired too soon. I have nothing against the people, and with the network people, it's just they don't really. I missed them again. Hello, Rulia. Shalom, nice to see you. All right. So now I'm about to hit him. Alright, here we go. And I got him that time a little bit. But I'm usually pretty good at this. Yeah, so. Yeah, but with this game, you know, Disney took the original version down because they were afraid that there would be apps like. It would take away money from the apps like Where's My Water and stuff. I'm on the side of the screen. I think you all could see me. I have to go see if... I think y'all could see me. It's kind of dark. Let's see. So... Let's see. I'm about to say something. But yeah, so the graphics in this game are really great. But these ships are very powerful. Let's see. Okay. Alright, I sunk it. That's good. Yeah, but so basically in these games, there's a situation where basically in the situation with these games is like you could join Spain or France and they could fight each other that way. And I had a high ranking in the other game before Disney took it down. But this is like a remake of it. And you could repair the ship yourself. You don't have to pay for it. Let's see, at the escape. Yes, so basically, we have to go here. You have to go down here. Repair this. You know, these fun little things right here. So yeah, so basically I think James Cameron knows what he's talking about with the live stream stuff. I mean, with the submersibles. I think that Oceangate is being very ignorant. That's what I think about that. And I like to see chat's thoughts. It's very interesting. Well, Rulia, I'm waiting for other people to come. But as I said, I could switch to the other window. Alright. Well, let's go to the other topics. Alright, but we'll go to the other window since there's people here. Let's see. Okay, so going to this part. So, Oceangate's CEO co-founder says James Cameron, who's criticized the company's now imploded the Titan sub, knows nothing about the company's vessel. No, I get started now. I'm not just doing the gaming. I was doing the gaming in the beginning, so waiting for people to come like you, so you wouldn't miss anything. All right. Yeah, but I was doing both, the gaming and the regular stuff. I was just waiting for people to come. But as I said, next time I'll just do the other stuff first, and people could miss stuff. That's fine with me. I don't care. Anyway, Oceangate's co-founder says James Cameron, who criticized the company's now imploded Titan sub, knows nothing about the company's vessel. And Oceangate's co-founder said the filmmaker, James Cameron, knows nothing about the company's sub. Gamero Sohelen called Cameron an experienced Oceangate explorer, which said he doesn't know about the Oceangate. And Stranded Lifeform, you didn't miss anything because I was playing a game before I started to wait for people to come, and really I was a little bit confused about why I was gaming first, but it's something new that I was doing, where I was just kind of talking about the topics that I was doing, but I started this a little bit early because I didn't want her to get confused and think this is another kind of stream. You didn't miss anything, so the way that I did it, people didn't miss what was going on. So I can make a post about this so people can understand. I may have not have been specific because this is a new thing. So you didn't miss anything. And I'll still do this next time, but I'll make sure people know what's going on. Right, so people don't miss anything. And I'll do this again, and people could get used to this, and I'll make a post about how this stuff works. Alright, Rulia. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. I'll still do it like this. But if it was very confusing, I wouldn't do the game first. But yeah, I want it now. Everybody's on board. And I'll make a post about it so people could know, because I didn't make that clear before. Alright. Because I would be going through the content and the people weren't all here. So we got some people here. And now I'll just reread this part. Okay. Oceangate's co-founder says James Cameron, who's criticized the company's now imploded Titan sub, knows nothing about the company's vessel. And as I said, Rulia, I wasn't making myself clear. Alright. I also wasn't being clear about what I was doing. Also. And Mary is my mom. Shout out to her. And, okay, and Oceangate's co-founder said that filmmaker James Cameron knows nothing about the company's sub. Gilmario Solenheim called Cameron an experienced ocean explorer, but said he doesn't know about Oceangate. Oceangate's Titan sub imploded last month on a dive to Titanic, killing everybody on board. Hollywood filmmaker and underwater explorer James Cameron, who has publicly criticized the design of Oceangate's ill-fated Titan submersible knows nothing about the deep-sea vessel. So, the co-founder of Titan, this co-founder, he didn't know anything. He thinks that James Cameron doesn't know about submersibles, pretty much. So the thing implodes, and everybody dies on it, but and James Cameron had very good points about the submersible, but he just doesn't know anything about the submersible. I don't think this guy or Rush knew anything about it either. And about the deep sea vessel, a co-founder of the Oceangate Exploration Company said Thursday. Oceangate co-founder told Insider that a handful of people, including Cameron, have cast negative shadow over Solenhein's former company and its Titan submersible that imploded last month, killing all 5 people on board. The media's whole spin on how unsafe this was is based on Dave Lockridge, Oceangate's former director in marine operations, Will Cohen from Marine Technology Society, Jim Cameron, who knows nothing about any of this stuff, and submersible expert Carl Stanley, 4 people, Solheim said. Well, James Cameron, he would know about the submersibles and stuff. I think he would know more about that than the other people, like, Rush, because he would know that the thing didn't work right because it obviously didn't implode. And this is not about, say, the politics of James Cameron. It's just about submersibles and submarines and things like that, about him. His politics and stuff, that would be another thing. But and also I'll get to the Carly, Russell, and everybody could be happy. So Solheim called Cameron a very experienced ocean explorer and a sub guy himself, but knows nothing about Oceangate and that stuff. Exactly, a stranded life form. He would know what he's talking about. I agree. In the aftermath of the Titan sub disaster, Cameron has spoken out about Oceangate and said that he and several engineers had warned the company that the vessel could lead to catastrophic failure. And I think that basically these people, Rush surrounded himself with like-minded people that also thought like him, and they feel that although the submersible imploded and didn't work and malfunctioned, that James Cameron doesn't know what's going on. And, James Cameron successfully dived down, and he was able to go down to the Mariana Trench, and he came back and he went to Titanic. And I think that it would be good for them to consult people like him about the submersible. That's what I would think. But, the people like this don't know any better. And also, the Titanic movie director is highly experienced ocean explorer and has voyaged to a principal in Florida-based company, Triton Submarines, co-designed and co-engineered the Deep Sea Challenger submersible that he piloted in 2012 to the ocean's deepest point in the Mariana Trench. After the Titan went missing while on an expedition to the Titanic and was determined to have imploded, it emerged that industry experts had flagged the warnings and safety concerns about the sub and its carbon fiber titanium hull. So this is making it clear that they ignored the warnings about the Titan. They ignored that it wasn't built properly, and they're saying now it likely had a malfunction in the electrical unit and also crashed that way. Exactly, Rulia, and because they're saying that the guy wouldn't know about the submersibles and stuff. Maybe with the politics, he's obviously isn't seems to be aware about that too much. He's not right on that one, but he's right on the submersible stuff he would know about. And yeah, they're saying he wouldn't know, but he would know about the submersibles. Exactly, stranded life form. Whoever told him that it wasn't safe, he would fire. Yes, I totally agree. That these people, he said exactly right. Exactly right. Great point. And also, after the Titan went missing, while an expedition to the Titanic and determined to have imploded, it emerged that the experts have flagged the warnings, as I just said. Right. Yes, so, and there was a transcript that occurred, and that there's a small percentage that the transcript was real, but they're now saying that the transcript was classified and we never saw it, and that they communicated through text, and the people knew a couple of seconds, like 19, 40 seconds. That's a big difference, but let's say quite a few seconds before it happened. So the power went out, and it went vertical, and it went down and imploded. And we could see in politics, in general, that there's people like this, like Rush out there, that get this way and they surround themselves with like-minded people and they just lead everybody into destruction. So I think that this could also relate to other factors, in other parts of life as well. So yeah, he basically they knew it was going to happen, and Rush said it would crack and they would start leaking and stuff before they would know something was going to happen. So that's not really a good sign. And he made it out of glue. He made it out of things from like a hardware store, and it kept on cracking, and he was blissful about it. It's absolutely insane. Over the course of 15 years, that Oceangate's probably employed like 200 and has dived dozens of people. Solenheim, you told Insider, and you're only hearing from 4 people, he added. Common sense seems to indicate these must be the vocal minority because there are a lot of other people that aren't speaking up who disagree with these 4. Yeah, exactly, because they just want to have people around that would listen to what they would have to say. And Solheim founded Oceangate with Stockton Rush, so this is the co-founder of Oceangate. And they mastered behind Titan, and one of the 5 passengers who was killed in the tragedy, which was Rush. The world only had one foremost expert on using carbon fiber to go in deep ocean, and he's gone now, said Solheim, referring to Rush. And yes, I agree, Rulia, but I do agree with you. I feel the same way. And I just think that some people just don't know. Like, some people are just like Rush in a way with politics, that they surround themselves with like-minded people and they just don't see the things that like we could see about that. And I agree with you. I understand. And a lot of people eat up fake news. Like with Rush, he wanted people to have fake news about the submersible, and he got other people to believe him about that stuff. But yeah, I totally agree. Really. Let's see. That's true, Rulia. You think it could be censorship, and it could be another factor. That people could be in a position where they don't want to be censored, or in my opinion, there could be people that just don't know any better about the situation, or what you're saying that they could be canceled, especially in Hollywood in general. There's a lot of conservative Christians that are being censored, and yeah, so that's a good point. Good point. And let's see. Now, I am going to I am going to get into I will get into more about the Titan, but for right now, I'm going to switch over to, you know, Carly Russell. I want to get to that after we just cover this, and then I'll go back to a different topic about the Titan. A little bit of a side one right here. All right, so the next part. So the recent topic was about the Titan, how the Titan CEO believed that he was right and everybody's wrong, and his friend thinks the same thing. And then I'm going to cover this about Carly Russell, and then I'll go to another thing about the Titan, a separate topic about the Titan, and go into the cryptids, which has to do with like aliens and stuff. All right, facts really, yeah. All right, so we know about Carly Russell. She claimed that she was kidnapped and that she saw a baby walking and somebody snatched her, and the lady, and she was kidnapped. And then it's now come out that the lady was lying. And chat, why do you all think that Carly Russell was lying? You know, what do you think the point of that was? And some people think it's mental illness. It's they're trying to get attention. You know, and let's see. And this could be older news before we realize that she was found out. Yeah, Rulia, and I totally agree with that, with what you're saying, and that's hopefully everything's going better now. But yeah, of people getting canceled because of their political views and stuff. It's a lot like, and the left always, they consider us fascist all the time, but they're doing the same thing, in my opinion, that the fascists did over there in Europe with the censorship and stuff. It's like people don't seem to learn from history sometimes. That's very unfortunate. And thank you for sharing that, Rulia. And I do think that the news is not covering this new stuff about the Titan because they're concerned about covering. They just want to gaslight people, I think, with different things with the media. I think that that's what they try to do with the media. They don't really care about the Titan or about the alien thing in Las Vegas. They just care about doing their silly things. That's what I think. And now, talking about this lady, this could be kind of older news, but I'll say the new update about this. So, in Birmingham, Alabama, the Woodhouse Spa Birmingham released a statement regarding the safe return and investigation into disappearance of Carly Russell. The spa is one of the last known locations where Russell was before she went missing, having just finished work. Carly reported a toddler walking alongside the roadway before going missing along 1 I-459 in Hoover Thursday night. Now, she wasn't really kidnapped, okay? She really wasn't. She was just faking it. Hoover Thursday night and returned home on foot Saturday night. When police arrived, they found her car and belongings, but there was no sign of her or a toddler. Now, a stranded life form, there was this thing going on where someone told me in chat, her name's M Medi, I think her name is Medi. I think that's how you say it. Medi. She was saying that maybe she was going with someone that was like 17, a boyfriend that was 17 or something. That's something that she heard from online. That's just a theory. something like that. And so they never found her or a toddler. And I don't know why a toddler would be walking around like that. I mean, it could happen, but like I don't know why that would be going on. Stranded life form, that's a very good point, and that makes sense. Thank you. On Tuesday, the Woodhouse Spa Birmingham's owner, C. Straught Rome, released the following statement. In response to many inquiries Woodhouse Spa Birmingham has received over the past several days regarding the Carly Russell case, we offer the following. Our greatest concern has always been the well-being of Carly and her safe return. Woodhouse Spa employees have been deeply impacted by the events that transpired, but are now ecstatic with news of Carly's return home. And you know something? Unfortunately, with people that kidnap people, they're not likely to come back. Like with, if you're taken to a second location, it's by the grace of God you would come back, but it's not likely you'd come back. Exactly, Rulia. I agree. And also, thank you for sharing that, Rulia. Thank you. That's a good point. And also, mentioning following, and I think I may have already read this, but I'll read this again, just to make clear what's going on. Our greatest concern has always been for the well-being of Carly and her safe return. Woodhouse Spa employees have been deeply impacted by the events that transpired, but are now ecstatic that she's returned. And as I said, people are not likely to return if they're kidnapped, especially that quickly, unless it's by the grace of God. Our employees worked extremely hard through very tough times, keeping guests happy, while dealing with the fact that their coworker was missing. Like, we know about Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy, and there's these different people, and these people, they don't come back home, unfortunately, when someone does something like that, unless by the grace of God. There is somebody that escaped Ted Bundy, but it just this whole thing, it didn't seem like it made sense. All right, we've been working with Hoover Police Department since Friday morning, the morning following Carly's disappearance, in order to come up with any information that would help the investigation. Everything we uncovered in the position of Hoover Police Department. We understand the investigation is in a very sensitive state and do not want to release any details that could jeopardize the investigation. Leaks, both true and untrue, can have a devastating impact on investigation. And yeah, so basically, and chat's very interesting that she wanted to have an abortion, that she was going off with somebody. That's very, interesting, very clear. And we understand there are many posts on social media claiming certain information to be true, and some items are factual and others are not. And they're saying, please rest assured that Hoover Police Department is working around the clock to bring this case to conclusion. We have great confidence in the investigation and expect a resolution soon. In terms of what happened during the time that she was missing, Russell's parents said in an exclusive interview with Today, it's a news place, that they cannot speak to anything about the case itself. They do, however, believe there is an abductor out there. So they're trying to push this narrative that there is some dangerous person out there abducting people, like a serial killer. And they're trying to get public panic. And the Hoover police are still combing through numerous pieces of evidence with quotations on the end because it's like there's no it must be fabricated stuff or a mistake because it's obviously not true. In her disappearance, they say that while this may be a tedious process, it is imperative that each piece of evidence is thoroughly evaluated in order to better reconstruct the chain of events. Right, so that was something from before. And yeah, so yeah, that's an article about it, but Carly Russell, she came back. Let's see if they say anything about it. But yeah, basically she lied about everything she was saying. And here's something interesting they're saying. Right, because, yeah, I'm sure that they didn't say that, Mary. Yeah, I think this dude has a cool suit. It's interesting. And Carly Russell case, police admit they don't believe she was ever abducted. So her parents didn't believe that she was abducted. And let's see, this is some news coverage about
child on the interstate, despite numerous vehicles passing through the area at that time. No one has called to report that a child is missing, and the Hoover Police Department did not locate any evidence of a small.
Exactly, the police couldn't get any evidence that there was a small child there. Yeah.
Walking down the interstate. Detectives continue analyzing data from Carly's cell phone that was left behind at the scene. We enlisted the help of the United States Secret Service in conducting this analysis. Part of what data includes several internet searches in the days leading up to her disappearance that I think are very.
Yeah, and basically this lady was looking up stuff on the internet about how to fake these things. Oh yeah, there had to be a stranded life form. There had to be accomplices on this. I totally agree. That's definitely true.
To this case. On July 11th at 7:30 a.m., the term "Do you have to pay for an Amber Alert" was searched.
You see, like they're saying how she looked it up about paying for an Amber Alert. That this is clearly how you could see it was fabricated.
July 13th at 1:03 a.m., the day of her disappearance, the term "How to take money from a register without being caught" was searched. On July 13th at 2:13 a.m., the day of her disappearance, the term "Birmingham bus station" was searched. On July 13th.
Well, that was interesting that was also searched because you could see that this lady didn't think she would get caught, but these things are obviously things that would be searched.
2:35 a.m. A search for a one-way bus ticket from Birmingham to Nashville was conducted with a departure date of July 13th. On July 13th at 12:10 p.m., a search for the movie Taken, a film about abduction, was conducted. There were two searches related to Amber Alerts on a computer at Carly's place of employment, including one regarding the maximum age of an Amber Alert. There were other searches on Carly's phone that appeared to shed some light on her mindset, but out of respect for her privacy, we will not be releasing the content of those searches at this time.
Yeah, so she was looking up everything, just like mapping out like how to fix your broken table. Like that's what basically she was doing. Like she was repairing something. That's like basically what she was doing. It's clearly fabricated. Taken is a good movie. All right. Keep that in mind, as I've not seen it.
We've asked to interview Carly a second time, but have not been granted that request. As you can see, there are many questions left to be answered, but only Carly can provide those answers. What we can say is that we've been unable to verify most of Carly's initial statement made to investigators, and we have no reason to believe that there is a threat to the public safety related to this particular case.
Would you say a crime has been committed
No,
in this case?
we have not determined that, no.
With all of the searches that you mentioned, Chief, that were on Carly's phone, does that kind of give you an indication of her mind state during this ordeal, 48 hours that she went missing?
Well, again, we want to talk in facts, and I do think it's highly unusual to the day.
It's extremely unusual, highly unusual, that she would just be looking up all this stuff conveniently around that time. I'd say it's very interesting that she would conveniently, yeah.
That someone gets kidnapped, that 8 hours before that they're searching the internet, Googling the movie Taken about an abduction. I find that very, very strange, yes.
Yeah, very strange indeed, sir. Yeah, that was a good point he made. All right. Nearly a week after the sudden disappearance of Carly Russell, the Alabama woman who went missing last Thursday after reporting seeing a toddler walking away along the interstate, police in the city of Hoover said they do not believe she was kidnapped. So people in the city don't believe it's kidnapped. Don't believe that she was kidnapped. Okay, I got a link to share in a moment. Alright, I'm going to play the 911 call, chat, in a moment. Alright, so before I get to that, I'm going to say that, so they believe that the town doesn't believe she was kidnapped. And during the 30-minute press conference Wednesday afternoon, Hoover Police Chief Nick Derizis says he does not believe a crime was committed and shared new evidence casting doubt on Russell's abduction story, which includes a number of revealing Google searches on her cell phone in the days and hours leading up to her disappearance. Yeah, sharing it life form, exactly. And I'm going to now play the 911 call. Let's see. I'll play the 911 call. I'll just have to see. So, chat, I just was gonna. I took a moment. I'm going to now research this thing now. Everybody, hold your horses. Okay, so what you're about to hear is the 911 call about what the lady was saying. All right, here we go, chat. React to this. Fair use. Okay.
Hi, I am on Interstate 459, and there is a pig just walking by themselves. Oh, hold on. Where on 459 are you? I'm right next to the exit 10.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with Mary. She does sound totally fake, in my opinion.
Okay, so you're before that exit? Yes.
Okay, and were you headed southbound or northbound? Okay, towards that split or toward 280?
Towards Tuscaloosa.
Okay, and was the child on the left or right side?
On the right side.
Were they walking northbound or southbound?
They're walking towards Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I think that, it's, in my opinion, it's bad acting. And I remember Bugaloosa. I know that area. I think that's what she said. And yeah, she sounds like exaggerating it. Like, when she doesn't sound like she's in actual danger, this is really happening. Right. And chat, you could say your thoughts about it too.
Yeah, or how old do they look?
Like a toddler, like maybe like 3 or 4.
Did you pull over with them? Are you still with them?
Yes.
Okay, are you with the child right now?
Another thing I'll say, like, she sounds like she's making it up as she goes along, in my opinion.
No, I'm not. I didn't get out of the car. I can see them though.
Do you mind staying and keeping an eye on them until we get there?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, what kind of car are you in?
I'm in a red Mercedes-Benz
Is it a sedan or SUV?
SUV. I mean, it's a sedan. Sorry.
Can you put your hazards on for me?
Yeah, they're on.
Okay. Did you talk to the child at all, or did you say anything to them?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do they look like they're injured?
No, they don't.
Are they white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Yeah, and also, you know, I think that basically... Okay, Rulia, understood. Yeah, so basically with this video, I think it's totally what she's doing. She's making up stuff as she goes along, and she seems more upbeat, and she doesn't seem like she's, you know, seeing something terrifying. And she's just kind of like making it up, like she's kind of like that.
They're white.
Okay. Is it male or female?
I think it's a boy, a little boy.
Right now? Okay, so is he wearing
She thinks it's a boy, maybe.
clothes?
Yes.
Okay. What is he wearing?
It's a white t-shirt, and it doesn't look like he has any pants on. It looks like a diaper.
And you don't see any cars anywhere?
No, no cars anywhere.
Okay. Alright, what's your name?
My name is Russle.
And you don't see any injuries on the child from where you're at, correct?
No, but I can't really see them that good.
Okay, try to keep an eye on them for the best that you can, because I don't want you to lose track of them.
Okay.
Alright, and do they have shoes on?
No.
No shoes.
Not that I can see. I can't.
This is really, in my opinion, a giant scheme. A very giant scheme. Because, basically, like, she was maybe making it up as she was going along. I don't think it was really that well scripted, but a little bit scripted, in my opinion. And she sounded totally fake, in my opinion. Totally fake. Exactly, a stranded life form. A stranded life form says... Yeah, stranded life form says, I noticed on the traffic cam she took a long time to stop. If it was a child on the road, the natural thing would be to stop near the child and get out and get the child out of the road and call 911. Exactly. You see, all of her reactions, like what she did, her actions and mannerisms on the 911 call, with the traffic stops, her reaction should not sound like she was in a fight or flight mode. That's what I certainly think. I certainly think that she was totally faking this and she did not do a good job at it. And she thought she wouldn't be caught. You know, she thought that, like Rush, like she thought that she would just, you know, get this done and everyone would believe it because she thought everybody was stupid. Ha, not true. Yeah, Mary, I totally agree with you that they certainly would be able to track what she was doing by pinging her location and the IP address and stuff. I say things on computers. Yeah, I totally agree with you. She, as I said, she was just very cocky about this. Probably seemed very desperate. Yeah, because we're not in the times of the olden days. Like, there's cameras everywhere. Everybody has a camera somewhere. Even, like, people and stuff have cameras. You know, under houses now. You know, it wouldn't be like a situation like with serial killers and things. You know, I totally agree. And they're saying over here about how, like, the townspeople and the community didn't believe that she was, you know, doing that. Right. Recent searches on Russell's phone, he said, included how to take money from a register without being caught. Okay. That's another one. Some people might like to steal, and she seems like she's one of those people, in my opinion. And recent searches on Russell's phone, it sounds like this place called Russell's Marina Grill. That's a place in New Orleans. Recent searches on Russell's phone, he said, included how to make money from the cash register, one-way bus ticket from Birmingham to Nashville, Amber Alert information, and a search from the movie Taken, a film about abduction overseas. And also as well, you see, it's basically like if there was ever a term for being caught red-handed, I think that we finally found a real. This is it, being caught red-handed. It's like you're trying to be the outlaw, be in the Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise and Peter Graves, but it's like not. It's like nah though, like not really. It's like you kind of get caught anyway. It's like she thought she was a mountain, but she was really a molehill, in my opinion. And then about the Taken, a film about abduction overseas. This whole thing was, you know, operated. Like she thinks that like the evil government or whoever wouldn't find her. It's just, what time period does this lady even live in? What time period is this? We're not in the 70s or the 80s or anymore, maybe even 90s, where it would just be easier, especially before all the computers. Like, who did she, you know, she thinks we're still in like the 70s or 60s, but we're not. A lot of people think we're stuck in that time period, but we're not. This investigation is not over. Derez has said, however, due to the public interest, and in some cases, public fear, that this story has generated, we owe it to our citizens to share the fact that we have uncovered. It's highly unusual the day someone is kidnapped that they Google the movie Taken about an abduction. What are the odds of that? Chat, what are the odds of that? It's also, and the dude was saying the police were over there were saying how it's very strange. There's so many grifters. There's so many people that want attention. I remember, you know, there's people that, you know, like the NASCAR guy that was faking a noose, but it was really just something he used to pull down the lever with a garage. Like, there's a garage we had, and it's like you take the thing, you open it and close it. Like, so you have a lot of people that like to make up stuff for different reasons. So, like, when something really happens, remember, like what ABL was saying, that if something really happens, people are less likely to believe it. If you keep on, like, having fake events like this, people aren't going to believe it. You know, so I think that it's actually discrediting somebody. So if a real woman gets kidnapped or something, people are going to be like, it's just another fake thing. Or if something racist happens, hypothetically, no one, you know, they're like, it's just like, whatever. So yeah, these people, you can't play with fire. Like, these people weren't raised well. People have issues. And let's see what chat is saying. Strain at Lifeform says, plus, she said the person that snatched her was an ATV. That's not an ideal vehicle, something like that. You can't really control or overpower someone in an ATV. Exactly. I agree. Yeah, this is like a comedy. This is a comedy. And Deriz, who was flanked by Hoover Police Captain Keith Chezikabala. I probably didn't say that right. Baba Wallace. Thank you. Thank you, Australian Lifeform. I remember when that happened. Thank you. I remember his name now. Thanks. Alright. And Mayor Frank Barakato walked through how officials pieced together moments leading up to Russell's disappearance, including playing the 911 call she placed with the police. During the call, Russell said she'd observed a white male toddler, 3-4 years of age, walking along the interstate. And I will say, it's quite odd for a toddler to be walking on the interstate. Hey, Anthony. Hey, Anthony. I'm glad that you came by. And I like your emails, Anthony. Thank you. I look forward to your messages, to your emails. They're very good. Thank you. Glad you said hello. Right. Yes, really, facts. Exactly, chat. Yeah, facts, really, facts. And shout out to Anthony. All right, so continuing. Yeah, because I remember I do Thursday night and then Friday, because there's people that like to see both. All right. And say during the call, and Russell said she'd observed the white male toddler, 3 or 4 years old of age, walking along the interstate. The dispatcher asked her to keep an eye on the child, but Derez's said video footage shows that the car rolled at least 60 yards or 6 football fields on the shoulder. Did I read that right? Yes, so that the car rolled at least 60 yards, okay, of the interstate before coming to a complete stop. Carly's 911 call remains the only call about a child on the interstate, he said later, adding, to think that a toddler barefoot that 3 or 4 to travel 6 football fields without crying or getting into the road, it's very hard for me to understand. Exactly. It's like, as I just said a moment ago, how do you do this? How does that happen? Like, what kind of matrix are we in? We are in a matrix, but this is it's like something just popped out the matrix. The police chief also said that prior to her disappearance, Russell had taken a bathrobe and toilet paper from her spa job before leaving for the evening and spotted a target of granola bars and Cheez-It snacks, but that none of these items were found at the scene when officers arrived to find her car. So this is like a straw man gaslighting. Well, those things, there might be different terms, sort of, what I just said, but basically what this is like you're leaving breadcrumbs or, in different things and saying like, so this is to get the police to be off track. It's to get things to lead them down a road, and they're looking here and there, and they're causing confusion. So that's basically the reason for this situation, in my opinion, that the reason why she said these things was to make such an absurd story that they had to go find this out and look and search while she gets out of here. So that's what I think about that. And let's see, 600 yards. Right, straight to life form. And Mary Cherry says Carly's parents said she was in bad shape when she returned home and she was treated at a hospital. What does she do to herself that she had to be treated at a hospital? Did she buy snacks at Target? That's hysterical. Alright, we have to pin that one. Alright, so in the one interview that police had with Russell, thus far, Doresis said the 25-year-old nursing student told authorities that when she got out of her car to check on the toddler, a white man, we can't have that, with an orange hair, that's even worse, grabbed her and made her go over nearby fence and into a car before she knew. She said she was in the trailer of an 18-wheeler truck where a female accomplice was present. Russell told police she escaped once but was initially captured and put into a room where she was given cheese crackers. She was given cheese crackers at some point later. While in a vehicle, Russell told police she was able to escape once again in the western part of Hoover and ran through the woods to her home like an epic movie. She ate cheese crackers. That sounds like a diabolical white man. The evil white man. This lady has some fantasies. Alright. The western part of Hoover, right. The chief reiterated that the department would like to have another conversation with Russell to better understand what took place. But the family has said that because of her mental state, she is not ready to talk. Exactly, Mary. I totally agree. We're ready to talk soon, she said. That he said that, she said, we're ready to talk soon as she is ready, he said. And then it says, I knew it was a hoax. Wednesday's press conference shed substantial light onto Russell's disappearance, which sparked national headlines and statewide search over last weekend until she returned to her family's home alone late Saturday. Her parents and boyfriend claimed earlier this week that she had been kidnapped, but now critics are questioning the validity of her account. Hello, Liza Jean. Nice to see you. Yeah, she'll never be ready to talk. Exactly. It's a giant hoax. It's a giant hoax. I totally agree. That it's like if you see a child in a hypothetical situation, you're not just going to be all like, like, there's a child with a white shirt. Like, people would be freaking out. Even if someone's calm, it would be a high stressful situation. But this was just some really bad acting. And at school, I did like little school plays and stuff, and plays and things. And I was taught by very good actresses and things like at school. And this is a case of bad acting, because I know acting a lot about acting. My school is very into that. So This is something I'm very intrigued by when someone's doing these kind of things. Yes, Straight Life Form, I'm glad you pointed that out. Yes, they're saying now it's that. You see, remember this Russian dude on YouTube? It's an older guy, an older gentleman. His character is like a Russian mafia person. I think he is a Russian mafia person actually. And he's on YouTube, and he was saying about, he gives advice, and he says, like with liars and politicians, they change the story slightly so you won't notice when they're lying. And we could see here that she's changing the story. And was she saying, the child is doing this? Like, she has to think about it. It's like, if I see something, I see a purple alien, and he's sitting there, and he's about to plot. He's sitting there plotting against me. But I'm not going to go, it's an alien that has 2 heads. So you can see lacking confidence in what she is saying. And her parents and boyfriend claimed earlier this week that she had been kidnapped, but now critics are questioning the validity of their accounts. So this is her and her boyfriend and her and herself. And she looks like she's living a terrible life, doesn't she? Yeah. Ahead of the pressers, Eric Guster, a Birmingham-based former criminal defense lawyer and civil litigator, told Yahoo News that he had doubts about the story from the beginning. The town had doubts about the story. Everybody had doubts about the story from the beginning. And I think that is a very crucial situation that she definitely is being exposed here, and no one believed her. No one believed her. Yeah, Anthony, the evil white man. The evil white man with red hair, with orange hair did it. If they said, with me with the beard, if they said an orange beard, it may have been, they would have been looking at me. But, yeah, so Eliza Jean says, I think her family really believed she was in a peril, but soon realized it was a hoax. Exactly, Eliza Jean. And ABL thought it was real, and these people are good at invoking an emotion, like, say, black woman gets captured by a white man. It's like some people are going to be triggered by that. Or in general, a black woman getting kidnapped or something, or any woman getting kidnapped, can invoke an emotion in people. There's clever plots to the play, but it was not orchestrated correctly through strategy and tactics, in my opinion. Yeah, the evil white man. And I'm going to pin that one. And I'm getting back. I'm just looking at see what chat has to say. Like Chicago Cop said, she was trying to give too much unnecessary details. Exactly, Stranded Life, one good point. Yeah, shout out the Chicago Cop. Yeah, he's cool, and he likes to respond to the different things that I say on ABO. He's a cool dude. Shout out the Chicago Cop. Exactly, Rulia. And I had red hair when I was a child. And blonde hair. It was mostly more red. And I had the red beard. And in the sun, surprising to what you may see here, I have kind of auburn highlights in the sun. So, yeah, I understand what you mean, because it has to be a red-haired white man. You know, because that would invoke a strong emotion. You know, they're going to flashback about slavery and everything else. Right. And really, what you said was awesome. Yeah, the picture Mary Cherry has. It's her and I, and that's when I had red hair. I don't know if you could really see my hair in her little picture there, but that's when I had more red hair. That's alright, Liz Jean. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, Guster, a legal analyst, who since Monday has been hosting Facebook Live videos in which he discusses the case, now believes criminal charges are imminent. I expect them to bring a tsunami of charges, he said. I expect them to likely have all the videos and show all of her moments, how she made this up, to let the world know that Hoover is a safe place. So it's also putting her area down. You know, that's another thing. It's putting the area down. Hoover, an affluent community, is home to about 92,000 people, according to the latest census data. Of that population, 70% are white, about 19% are black. That's another interesting thing, that this has to do with some race hustling. That's an interesting thing. They're not going to do the same thing they always do. They're going to change up their tactics a little bit. The median household income is just shy of 100,000, but Guster says race relations in the community have historically been tense, particularly following 2018 police killing of 21-year-old Mantis Bradford Jr., a black man. Exactly, it would make a good movie called Fakin'. Alright. And they were taking the attacks of the police department very personally. They're going to drop the hammer on her. Yeah, they should. Alright, now we're going to look at some news coverage. No, that's not what I want to show at the moment. It was, I think,
Russell was missing.
This one I want to show. This was some news report that happened recently. And I'm going to react to this. So I'm reacting to another news article thing. Alright. So what you're about to hear is this. I'm reacting for fair use purposes to this News Nation's review on this topic that they did, and I'll react to another one too. Hey, SC Wolverines, glad you came, buddy.
Well, police in Alabama say they are having trouble verifying the story of a nursing student who says she was abducted. Carly Russell says she saw a toddler walking across the highway when she stopped to help and called 911. Then claims she was abducted by a man in the woods.
Yeah, she's abducted by a man in the woods. As I said, that's just really incredibly just nonsense. This dude just comes out of nowhere and snatches her like it's a movie or something.
News Nation's Brooke Schaefer has been following this investigation closely. So, Brooke, a lot of twists and turns here. What are police saying at this hour?
Well, Kelly, police in Hoover, Alabama are still investigating what happened in those 49 hours that Carly Russell was missing. But at the same time, there is a growing frustration for some people in that Alabama community. People who spent 2 days searching for the 25-year-old nursing student. She vanished last week, as you mentioned, reportedly after seeing a child on the side of the highway.
See, look at all these police and these people. See how they were just hanging out and not hanging out, but like they're all like trying to look for this woman in this situation. This was to drop breadcrumbs so she could get her escape easier. And SC Wolverines, I'm doing pretty good. Though, as you know, the last stream was taken down by YouTube because of the people got triggered that I showed the thing for fair use. That's their loss. I don't really care. But I'm gonna re-upload parts of the stream as an exclusive content. Anyway, but you see this, how they're doing all this and wasting all this time because the evil red-haired white man had to go and kidnap her.
Her disappearance prompted a multi-state search with law enforcement, family, friends, even strangers. It gained national attention, but now police are casting doubt on Russell's claims she was kidnapped.
Yeah, everybody was having doubts about this. I agree with these people, and I have doubts about it too, and I didn't really know much about this story, but now I see the point. Yeah, I definitely think that, it sounds like it's fabricated, the evil white man. And ASSV Wolverines, I made a post about it. And let's see. What's chat saying? Yeah, just believable at 2 MAGA. Yeah, exactly, really. 2 MAGA guys in Chicago. There you go. That's a great point. Yeah, shout out to Anthony with his emails, and also, yeah, ASSV Wolverines. Remember last time I was showing that thing, the alien, remember Omar burning down everything, and the other guy, the alien stuff in Kentucky, and I was reacting to it for fair use purposes. The affiliate of the copyright said that they wanted it banned off YouTube because they thought it was violating something, but it really wasn't because it was fair use. And some people say with the fair use that it has to do with there's a limited time that you could do it, or some of the video. What they say is parts of the video, but that's not specific. And they don't say you can't show the whole video, and they don't give a specific time because, like, in West Virginia, there was a case where these people were writing a contract. And as a joke, they wrote, "Oh, I'm going to give you a contract for my property and land for $500." But it was a joke. But they didn't make it clear they were joking. So with lost stuff, you have to be very clear. Like, you're not clear about the timestamp. But I could have disputed it, but it's just their loss, and I will upload parts of that stream as an exclusive content. All right, continuing. That little rant I had, as ASSV Wolverines, that was in the post that I said I'd post. I posted it. Alright. But it's alright. I'm glad that you asked.
And detectives said they have actually no evidence that child she called 911 about even exists.
At first I was hopeful, but later on I became very disappointed because everybody came together for a good cause in the community to work together to find Carly. And now that the facts have come out and Facebook speculation, it seems that this is not truthful at all. And so it's just great disappointment.
It's a lot of questions going on in my head, thinking why or how, or, it's a crazy world out there. So it's like to have people praying.
Yeah, and you see these individuals, they feel like this was a great cause to unite around, and they could say, the evil white man did something to the white lady. It's very, clear. These people are absolutely full of nonsense. Yeah, ASSV Wolverines, and the reason why, and I was with YouTube, I'll say that I looked at and it's usually not with other YouTubers or with the news, it's usually with TV shows and stuff, because they're not really that familiar with it, and some of them didn't do anything. Like, I've reviewed other things you saw before, they didn't care or notice it, but yeah, see, with YouTube, they do these claims, and they don't want to get sued by a third party, so then it would become like, you could challenge it in a court, but even if a court said so, they don't want to be sued, and yeah, YouTube just doesn't want issues. I mean, I could understand, but they really need to evolve a little bit and get with the program with how YouTube is, but perhaps things will change in the future, I believe. Alright, now continuing with this, which I just reacted to before my rant.
About certain situations and find out that it's not what they were praying for.
So people who live near Hoover, Alabama, where this all happened, of course, grateful that Carly Russell is back home safe with her family.
Yeah, she's back home safe with her family. Like, she was never really in any danger. And SC Wolverines, I didn't mention that part because I forgot to mention that part to you just now. No, YouTube did not strike me. Very easy with me. They're very good to me. No, they did not strike me, and I have no hate against YouTube. I understand they don't want any trouble with that stuff. And it has to do with the TV companies and stuff. It has nothing to do with, like, other YouTubers. But no, YouTube did not strike me, thankfully. And I did, run a lot of ads with YouTube, so I think, we both help each other out.
But they fear now what this case will do to other missing persons cases in the future. And we should mention we did try reaching out to Carly's parents, both by phone and over text message. We haven't heard back. Kelly?
Understood. Certainly happy that she's home. So, Brooke, could Carly Russell face any charges for this?
Yeah, that's a big question right now. In a press conference with police in Hoover, Alabama, the police chief said that they hadn't really gotten to that point yet to be able to think about any possible charges. But we did speak with an attorney about this case, and he told us that Carly Russell could face a slew of charges for falsifying her story. There could also be some civil penalties for the amount of money and resources.
I know, this lady has costed a lot of money. You see, these people like to cost money. That's what they like to do. And basically, what I think, in my opinion, about her is that she could face a lot of legal issues, and she wanted to know if there was money for doing an Amber Alert. And I think that she, have a lot of problems with what she did. You can't just make up things like this. Yeah, stranded life forms. I understand. It does suck with what happens with that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Rulia. It's the same thing with Kevin's Corner. He's a cool dude. It's just that, yeah, there's just too many streams to look at. I agree. And a lot of times I was studying, like, computer stuff and, like, coding, and I couldn't always get back to that area. And sometimes I just have, like, Hansel time, which is my name, with myself. I just like to walk around and listen to music and things. It's good to get a break sometimes. Yeah, a shout out to SC Wolverines. He's a cool dude. Let's see. I know, he does that. Yeah, exactly. Let's see what else these people are saying. All right.
Spent trying to find her. At this point, though, police also saying that they have tried speaking once again with Carly Russell. Her parents, though, declining that request, saying that she is still too traumatized and not ready to talk.
Thank you for watching.
All right, so I put the Newsmax link in the in the chat, if y'all want to check them out. Yeah, this is a cool thing right here. They are yeah. So, well, not there's a cool like a news group, but what the Carly's not cool at all. She basically does not want to give extra statements because it's clear that she lied. It's absolutely clear that she lied. Yeah, with this SC Wolverines, let's see, look this dude up. SC Wolverines channel. That's him. He does very good content about politics and survival and stuff. He's a cool dude, and he does a lot of great videos. He's a good friend of mine. Cool dude. All right. So, yeah, this is Gene Williams. And let's see. And now, yeah, shout out to SC Wolverines. And let's see. I think. Let's see. Let's open this in a window. This is another news clip. This is another news clip I'm going to put in there, and then we're going to review what I'll react to Dr. Grande's video. I think this is, I don't know, I don't think. Let's see. Yeah, so this is this is a new thing. Alright. So, I'm going to react to this one. Fair use, as I said. And then I'll react to Dr. Grande's video and put his link in the chat when I'm done with this one. Alright.
Now is Dr. Carol Lieberman. She is a forensic psychiatrist and expert witness. So, doctor, on Carly's cell phone, some notable searches were found that included, are you charged for an Amber Alert? Searches of the Liam Neeson film Taken, which is about kidnapping, as you know, and how to steal cash from a register and not get caught. So, doctor, what does that tell you?
Well, first of all, it tells you that she has other signs of being dishonest, you know, how to steal from a register. The movie Taken, that is a big clue, you know, because basically she was staging her abduction. You know, I didn't believe her. I thought there was something fishy with this case from the very beginning. Because that's basically what I'm trained to do as a forensic psychiatrist, is to, you know, determine whether people are malignant, whether they're lying, or whether they're, you know, whether they're telling the truth, criminals, and or even in civil cases.
Exactly, like the movie and the different things she was Googling is consistent with this mayhem that she unleashed on all of us. I agree.
So, you know, she also seems to have copied Sherry Papini. You know, when she did that, she's the California woman who staged a hoax. She disappeared for a while, and it turned out that she was with an old boyfriend, and then she surprisingly, you know, showed up. She was charged with things, and did.
Oh, I definitely agree that that other lady would be charged with things, and she would be charged with things too. I definitely agree with that.
You know, I don't remember whether she spent time in jail, but she was definitely convicted. So, you know, there are so many. First of all, it's in her purse and her wig and her expensive watch and so on in her car at the side of the road. But she took the black bathrobe and toilet paper that she stole from her job at the spa, and she took snacks. So those are kind of clues as, you know, did she hide out in the woods? Was she thinking she would need these kinds of things? She also bought a bus ticket to Nashville. Now, was there a boyfriend in Nashville or somebody she was hoping to meet up with? You know, these are the kinds of things that the police need to follow up on. And there are several other. Now, for example, in the press conference, the chief of police was saying that there were other things on her cell phone, but he's not disclosing that.
Right, they're not disclosing that because they don't want to be exposed for the stuff they're doing. Yeah, I totally agree that, you know, all these people are a bunch of con artists, in my opinion. And this is very interesting coverage.
You know, sort of respect for her to keep her privacy. So there are lots of different avenues. I just mentioned a few of them, but there are lots of different avenues to go down, and the police going to go down those avenues to try, because they want to determine what actually she was doing during those 2 days.
Absolutely. Those are the big questions. So, as we know, Carly's boyfriend and parents are standing firmly behind her. They've also been through a lot, of course, during this time.
Yeah, but as we said in the other article, the parents think she's lying now.
Police need to look for when handling a case like this?
Well, you know, it's interesting, her boyfriend and parents, because yes, they're saying certainly that they believe her now. The parents said this on national television. But if it turns out, as the police chief essentially said, that this was a hoax, you know, they're going to be angry at her. Of course, if she gets charged, then they'll be sympathetic and try to help her, undoubtedly. But, you know, this is a very I think she was, part of it was that she was wanting to manipulate them in some.
Yeah, I definitely agree that she was trying to manipulate them. Yeah, that would be cool if she had a cooking channel. I'd like to watch that too.
It's not clear why, but like, for example, that day that she disappeared, not only did she steal from her work, but also
there were things happening where she was misrepresenting, but she also, like you said, doing things where she wasn't telling the truth, and that was obvious. Is that correct, Doctor?
Right. Yes, and so she was afraid perhaps that she was going to get into trouble, like flunking out of nursing school and so on. There were various things, but it's still really there. It's not very clear, and certainly we need to get to the bottom of it for one of the reasons that you were mentioning. How are the police going to react to other women who come up with these kinds of stories?
Absolutely. Dr. Lieberman, thank you so much for joining us and for that breakdown.
You're welcome.
Thank you for watching. Go to.
Yeah, so that was an interesting breakdown. Yeah, it was very interesting. And also, I reacted to this other guy before, and then we're going to get into another Titan video about the submersible. Let's see. Now, first, let's see. This one is this what I want to show. Yeah, woman predicts her own kidnapping with stunning accuracy. So, this is Dr. Grande. I like watching him. I'm going to react to this for fair use purposes. Put his link in chat. Y'all can watch him. It's good. And the microphone, I mean, not the microphone, this thing is being goofy. Mouse. Hold on. Okay. All right.
Today's question is, can I offer an update on the case of Carly Russell? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. I released a video about this case on July 18, 2023. The police held a press conference on July 19 and provided quite a bit of new information. First, I'll go through the background of this case, offer the complete timeline including the updates, then offer my updated analysis.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff going on with this, and it constantly needs to be updated, and it's good that he did that because there are so many things that are need to be addressed. And all right.
Starting with the background, in 2023, 25-year-old Carlethia Nicole Russell was a nursing student with a bachelor's degree in psychology who lived with her parents in Hoover, Alabama. She went by the name Carly. The city of Hoover is about 10 miles south of Birmingham. Carly worked part-time at the Woodhouse Spa in Birmingham. Now moving to the updated timeline of the incident.
Yeah, I wonder if other people have seen that she has like an untrustworthiness about her, or did she just appear as just a regular person? Was she just very good at masquerading because she was bad at acting and faking what she did, in my opinion? All right.
Tuesday, July 11, 2023, at 7:30 a.m., Carly's cell phone was used to search the internet for the term, "Do I have to pay for an Amber Alert?"
It's like, the likelihood of like just somebody's about to get kidnapped, like, all right, let's just look this up. It's cringe, like what this lady did, in my opinion. Yeah, but he does very good coverage on things. All right.
2 days later, on Thursday, July 13, at 1:03 a.m., another term was searched, "How to take money from a register without being caught."
Yeah, that definitely wasn't anything suspicious. She was just she was looking up for the new movie she's going to be starring in, like what Eliza Jean was saying.
The next search took place at 2:13 a.m. It read, Birmingham Bus Station. At 2:35 a.m., her phone was used to search the term one-way ticket from Birmingham to Nashville. The departure date was the same day, July 13. At 12:10 p.m., the search was placed for the movie Taken. This is a movie about a kidnapping featuring the actor Liam Neeson. Later the same day, 2 searches were made from a computer at the Woodhouse Spa where Carly worked, including one regarding the maximum age for an Amber Alert. While Carly was at work, she was captured on video surveillance concealing a dark-colored bathrobe, a roll of toilet paper, and other items owned by her employer.
Wow. She's trying to be the next James Bond. She's trying to be in Mission Impossible.
She left with these items at about 8:20 p.m. when she was done for work that day. Mercedes-Benz sedan.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely, as S.C. Wolverine said, she definitely wants some attention, in my opinion.
To a Mediterranean cafe about 4 miles away. There she picked up takeout food for her and her mother. After this, she drove 2 miles to the Target store on Route 280. There she purchased Cheez-Its, granola bars, and a drink. She remained in the parking lot of the Target store until 9:21 p.m. Carly then proceeded south on Interstate 459, which was in the direction of her home. While in her Mercedes, Carly used her...
Yeah, she definitely was doing all this stuff for some attention, and she already had traits before this of wanting attention from people, and that's why she did all this stuff that she did, in my opinion.
Phone to communicate with people who were known to her. At 9:34 p.m., Carly placed a call to 911. She told the operator that she saw a child walking alone on the side of Interstate 459. She believed the child was male and was 3 to 4 years old.
Yeah, we're just going to be chilling, and then we're going to see a child just walking down the street. And, I mean, on the interstate, yeah. He was just going to work.
Was wearing a t-shirt and may have been wearing a diaper. During the time that Carly was on the phone with 911, her vehicle traveled about 1,800 feet on the shoulder of the interstate. Eventually, the Mercedes came to a stop. The surveillance camera captured her vehicle with the hazard lights activated. At about 9:36 p.m., Carly called her brother's girlfriend and ostensibly checked on the mysterious boy. According to Carly's mother, the brother's...
The Phantom Boy, yeah. She did not say what the child's hair color was. I had red hair as a child. I did. And blonde hair also. But, also more as as an older toddler, I had red hair. But no, the child's hair is unknown.
A friend heard Carly direct the question, "Are you okay?" at the child, but did not hear a response from the boy. Moments later, she heard Carly screaming, followed by an open line. There was only the sound of traffic. Carly's mother called 911 and told this story to the police. The police arrived at Carly's vehicle on the side of Interstate 459 within 5 minutes of the call that Carly placed. One of Carly's doors was open and the engine was running. Carly's cell phone, hat, and wig were on the ground, and her purse was found inside the vehicle. The takeout food from the Mediterranean cafe was in the vehicle, but the robe, the roll of toilet paper, and the items that Carly purchased from Target were not in the vehicle or anywhere.
Yeah, that was not me, Anthony. And yes, as I said, it's very interesting how, with the vehicle, how it pulled over and all these actions she was having, it was being inconsistent with how somebody, in my opinion, would be acting in this real situation. And see, like a child in the street, that's like would invoke an emotion. Also, there's like a shock value thing.
In the area, the police reviewed the surveillance video on Interstate 450.
To be clear, like we have all kinds of surveillance videos now of different things, and these people are still going to try this stuff.
9, and did not see a boy or anyone else near Carly. No other vehicle stopped, and no one else called 911 to report a boy walking along the interstate.
Yeah, you see these inconsistencies where, like, they're saying they want you to go after this boy that doesn't exist, and is like chasing, I think it's chasing a red herring. And if I'm using the wrong terminology, y'all can let me know. But so basically, it's like you're chasing this thing around, and it's not there. It's like leaving breadcrumbs. There's nothing there. You're looking and looking for something that doesn't exist, so she could go on her way and get out. My opinion.
In the video, Carly could be seen exiting the driver's side of her vehicle and walking around the back to the passenger side. She was missing for about 49 hours. Carly banged on the door of her parents' home on Saturday, July 15, 2023, at about 10:44 p.m. Based on other reports, Carly may have called her parents from a Red Roof Inn not long before this, but the police did not talk about this in the press conference.
Yeah, she just came back out of nowhere, and as I said before, most people don't come out of this. You know, most people don't come out, like if they get kidnapped, it's not likely they're coming back home.
The police said that video surveillance in the neighborhood captured Carly walking alone on the sidewalk. She arrived at her parents' home on foot. Carly was taken to the hospital, treated, and released. Here is what Carly told the police about what happened. She was traveling on Interstate 459 and saw a toddler on the side of the road. She called 911 to report this. Carly stopped her vehicle and exited to check on the boy. As she was doing this, a white male with orange hair and a bald spot came out of the trees and mumbled that he was checking on the baby.
This story is something else. And they didn't say before about the bald spot. I wasn't aware that this red-haired individual had that. But yeah, wow. Basically, she was just checking on the baby, and this dude comes out of nowhere and's like, "Hey, yeah, he's just coming to check on the baby." Right, Anthony McQuaid. That's what any of us would do, but not this lady, because she's just a clown. Like, she wasn't being nothing. Yeah. Yeah, chat. This lady's ridiculous, and he's doing a good job of recovering this.
The man picked up Carly, and she screamed. He made her go.
Why didn't no one hear her scream? That's what I want to know. Why didn't no one see the baby? I mean, we think people would see the redhead child and this man coming out of the woods with the bald spot, with the red hair, kidnapping her. Wouldn't there be people seeing that? I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Over a fence and forced her into a car. The next thing she remembered was being in the trailer of an 18-wheeler. The man with the orange hair was with a woman, but Carly only heard the woman's voice. She did not see her. She also heard a baby crying. Carly somehow escaped, was recaptured, and was placed in a car. Carly was blindfolded, but was not tied up because the assailants did not want to leave impressions on her wrists. Carly was taken to a house where she was photographed without her clothing.
Whoa! Okay, so she escaped, and she was kidnapped again, and she escaped. Oh my god, this is cringe. Of what she was saying. I mean, this is just that she's like this superwoman all over the place. The black woman. She's fighting the white man, and the white woman, and the red-haired child. Yeah. Yeah, stranded life form, I understand. Yeah, you'd be very good with cooking. Yeah, bald spot. And you child abductor. Right on, Anthony McQuaid. Exactly, stranded life form. There you go. Yeah, so I think that basically this was an elaborate movie, but she did not act it out correctly, as I said before. With the acting stuff I learned from school, like, this is just cringe.
When she woke up the next day, she was fed cheese crackers by the woman.
Oh, cheese crackers. There we go. That's the worst thing I've heard in my life. Cheese crackers. You know, that's a sign of a evil white serial killer. Yeah.
At some point, she was moved to a vehicle and managed to escape for a second time, this time into the West Hoover area. She ran through a lot of woods until she came out near her residence. There was a tear on Carly's shirt, she had a small injury to her lip, and she claimed that her head was hurting.
Like, remember with Ted Bundy, like, the lady that escaped him, she was in some terrible condition, and she, because he abducted her, and trigger warning for everybody, trigger warning, and she was able to get out of it, and he was pretending to be a police officer, so a lot of times he'll have a disguise or something, like he was pretending to be a police officer, and then she was trying to, she fought him off, and yeah, it's like, it's not it's a traumatic situation. You're not just going to be like, oh yeah, I got torn here, and I got this injury here, and it's like, yeah, I'm just hanging out. And it's like, oh yeah, I got kidnapped, and I got out, ate some Cheez-Its. It's like, they're not going to give you Cheez-Its, they're going to give you something terrifying, in my opinion. Now, I know about these things from studying criminology a lot.
Perhaps her head was hurting from thinking up the ridiculous story that she told the police. The police found $107
That was funny what he said.
In Carly's right sock. They were unable to verify most of Carly's initial statement, and she has refused to be interviewed for a second time. At the press conference, the police indicated there was no reason to believe there was a threat to public safety related to Carly's case. Interestingly, there was a brief mention in the press conference about other internet searches that Carly made that may indicate her state of mind, but the police have decided not to release those at this time. It sounds like...
I wonder what... He's going to say something funny, but I wonder what that was. But so basically what she's doing is, like, doing all these things with the searching different stuff. And with her, he was pointing out something very interesting with her state of mind. How she was thinking of what to say next. And I think, in my opinion, that she wanted to keep lying and keep thinking about what she's going to say, and she's also going to make up stuff, like with the 911 call. She was saying, it's a baby, doing this, she's just kind of making up as she goes along, and it's not that well scripted.
But the police have decided not to release those at this time. It sounds like they know what Carly's motive was. Perhaps the police are trying to avoid embarrassing Carly any further, but police officers usually don't worry about such things. Perhaps they are withholding the more embarrassing searches to persuade Carly to give a second interview. They did not say that they were using that tactic, but I wonder if that's what they were thinking.
That's a very good idea, that they're using that to try to see if it would get her to confess more and give confidence that they believe her story. I think that is a very good indicator that they're trying to get her to talk more to dig her own grave. And chat is hysterical with the cheese cracker addiction. Yeah, stranded life form is right with those are some cheap kidnappers. I agree.
Now moving to my analysis. During my initial video on this case, I talked about how I thought it was unlikely that Carly Russell was kidnapped. It was clear from the video on the...
And I heard, like, ABL talk about this, but I wasn't all there, like, I wasn't focused on the story too much, so I didn't really know what was going on, but still, and I talked to him, in the show about it, but, like, basically, yeah, from now hearing it, yeah, it's unlikely. The white man kidnapped her. Oh, of course it's going to be the white man kidnapping her. Yeah. And she's James Bond. And she was, getting away from everything. Yeah, and he does good analyses, and I'm going to react to what he's saying here. All right.
Interstate that there was no kidnapping. There was no boy on the side of the road. There was no evidence that anyone else was there. There is no way that Carly could have seen a boy at night on the interstate from 1,800 feet away. Maybe the...
To keep in mind, they also said the 600 yards the kid walked, and I totally agree with what he's saying.
boy was running along the shoulder and she was keeping pace with her vehicle, like the boy had superhuman strength and endurance. The new information released at the press conference only adds more evidence supporting the idea that Carly Russell was not telling the truth. Carly's internet searches appear to predict a kidnapping. I doubt this was a coincidence. She claimed that she was abducted by a man with orange hair and a bald spot. Not many people have orange hair, and most people do not have bald spots. She managed to escape, but the perpetrators refused to tie her up because they were worried about leaving marks. That seems pretty convenient for Carly. It's a way to explain.
Yeah, with the red hair and the bald spot, it's very specific. Like, when I was a kid, I had red hair, and I still have, if you saw me in the sun, I would have, like, arbor and highlights in it, even as I got older. And through my childhood, I had the red hair. And I also had blonde hair, too, at a point, too. But as you get older, the features get darker. Like, the hair and stuff gets darker, but not on all people. Like, as you all know, like, my eyes are, like, hazel, where they change different colors. And when I was a baby, they're blue. They look blue sometimes. They look green. They can look brown. Like, so sometimes the features, as you get older, get darker sometimes. But I still was able to retain the features. Alright.
There were no marks. Carly managed to escape for a second time and just happened to end up in her neighborhood after running.
Horse. Aw, that's so cute.
Removed items from her employer and purchased items at Target. All of these were missing from her vehicle. Did the kidnappers take the bathrobe, the toilet paper, and the food from Target? With the kidnapping story pretty much ruled out completely, this leaves only two other theories. Carly fabricated the entire story, or Carly had some type of mental health episode and did not know what she was doing. Let's take a look at the evidence both for and against the...
Yeah, earlier we were talking about how she could have had a mental health episode, and I think that's a possibility, or she was doing it for a stunt. I think it's probably a stunt, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Idea that Carly purposely created a hoax. Starting with the factors supporting this theory. Carly's first suspicious internet search occurred 2 days before she went missing. This was the one where she was curious if she would have to pay for an Amber Alert. This search suggests that she was planning on missing and did not want to be financially responsible. If 2 days before she went missing, this was the one where she was curious if she would have to pay for an Amber Alert. This search suggests that she was planning on missing and did not want to be financially responsible.
Exactly, like she didn't want to pay for the Amber Alert. Exactly. And that's an indicator that she like premeditated it, in my opinion.
If Carly was having a mental health episode 2 days before she went missing, how did she function for those 2 days without being detected? Nobody noticed that something was different with her behavior? Early on the day she went missing, Carly searched how to take money from a register without being caught. She was interested in a
Yes, it sounds premeditated to me, in my opinion, but if she was having a mental episode, it would be interesting to see how she acted before and Stranded Life Form pointed some interesting things out about her motives with the boyfriend.
Activity, and the search indicates an appreciation of the difference between right and wrong. Carly was curious about buses leaving to Nashville on this same day, as if she knew she would not be in her vehicle. Carly developed an interest in a movie about a kidnapping, and once again expressed an interest in an Amber Alert. This time it appears as though she wondered if her age would qualify her for an Amber Alert.
I didn't know that. That's a good point that he has there. I didn't know that would be a factor. Hello, Rulia. Glad you're back. We're just reviewing Dr. Grande and his analysis about this lady. I'll put the link in the chat. I think you probably were here when I was reviewing this, but I'm just going to do this again. Put his link here. Because I just unpinned it. Alright, just everybody chilling. That's good. Alright. So yeah, but I totally agree with the point. Like, what he's saying. And I didn't know that point that he made. It's good he made that point.
So, again, she wouldn't be financially responsible if no Amber Alert was ever issued. When Carly removed items from her employer and purchased items from Target, she appeared to be preparing for something. These items were not...
Yeah, he's saying she's preparing for something. Insurance Lifeform is the #1 attorney in the chat. She was just researching it for a book.
...found in her Mercedes-Benz when she left it on the interstate. These items were not found in her Mercedes-Benz when she left it on the interstate. On the 911 call that Carly placed, the one where she falsely reported seeing a boy along the interstate, she appeared to be acting with a purpose. There is no evidence from this phone call that Carly was disoriented, incoherent, or otherwise impaired. After Carly showed up at her parents' house, she lied to the police about being kidnapped, or at least it appears as though she was lying.
Yeah, it does appear that she's lying. That's definitely true. That's what I think.
She provided a story that was as nonsensical as it was detailed. Again, she appeared to be acting with a purpose, and she was coherent, not like somebody who was disconnected from reality. Carly described an attacker with orange hair and a bald spot, almost certainly knowing that the police would never locate a suspect matching that description. Coincidentally...
A good point. That's a good point. Another good point.
He was also unable to identify the female conspirator. This appears to be consistent with the idea that Carly wanted to fake a kidnapping, but did not want other consequences to occur. She did not want to pay for an Amber Alert, and she did not want anyone to be falsely arrested for the kidnapping. It is unlikely that any expression of mental health symptoms would adequately explain the complexity, sophistication, organization, and style of Carly's behavior. Now moving to the factors contradicting the theory that Carly purposely perpetrated a hoax.
This part's going to be very interesting. Let's see.
So these would be factors which support the existence of a mental health episode. Carly was heard on the telephone asking the question, "Are you okay?" to an imaginary boy. Maybe this boy was a hallucination. Reportedly, Carly appeared to be in a bad mental state when she showed up at her parents' house. That's pretty much it for factors contradicting the theory.
I knew it wouldn't be much. She's just doing that to act. She's trying to pull off a bad act. That's all she was trying to do, in my opinion.
That Carly perpetrated a hoax on purpose. When considering all the evidence, do I think that Carly deliberately fabricated the kidnapping story? Yes, I believe that she did. As far as Carly's motive, there is no way to know for sure, but I will offer my theory. This is just my opinion. When someone fabricates a story like this, usually there are only 3 possible motives. Monetary gain, to hide behavior that was occurring during the time of the fake incident, or to attract attention. Carly is not
exactly what we said.
Going to make any money from this story. Her actions do not appear to be designed to hide her behavior for the 2 days that she was missing. It doesn't seem as though she even knew for certain where she was going to end up. For example, she was interested in taking a bus to Nashville. Carly's adventure appeared to be designed to attract attention, but not the attention of the public. For example...
Yeah, a lot of people didn't believe this story, and the public didn't believe it.
Carly isn't talking to the media. She's not trying to remain in the spotlight. If she wanted attention from many people, she could easily obtain it. I think that Carly was trying to attract the attention of a small audience, like a few people or maybe even one person. Perhaps this was a way of teaching someone a lesson about what it would be like to lose her, her way of trying to make someone special appreciate her. Carly appears to have a number of people in her life who are willing to believe anything she says.
Yeah, she definitely has a squad of people that just go with whatever she's saying. Yeah, that's absolutely true. I definitely agree with that.
Maybe she knew that she could easily deceive them. Again, I don't know. This is just a theory. It could be completely wrong. Perhaps Carly witnessed an alien toddler who was training for the Olympics by sprinting along the interstate when she...
That was hysterical, what he said. This dude's funny. I'm going to play that again.
It's just a theory. It could be completely wrong. Perhaps Carly witnessed an alien toddler who was training for the Olympics by sprinting along the interstate. When she investigated, she was kidnapped by the love child of Prince Harry and Daphne from Scooby-Doo. Moving to the last question.
I was thinking about Prince Harry. I was thinking about him when this whole time. I mean, this man read my mind. That was hysterical. My grandfather in England looks like him, but when he was younger, without the bald spot. We're gonna play the laugh because that was funny. All right, chat. Brace yourself, chat. Let's see, laughing. Yeah, applause. Nah, hold on. I think we got this here. Oh yeah, it's the applause. That's okay. Yeah, applause. I meant applause. All right.
Should Carly Russell be charged in connection with allegedly falsely reporting a crime? Based on the information available at the time making this video, yes, I think she should be charged. But I don't see this as a jail time case. This is an opportunity for the justice system to teach Carly a lesson without destroying her life. Carly is going to have a rough time going forward, even without potential charges. For example, every time a prospective employer searches her name, she is going to have a lot of explaining to do. Now moving to my final thoughts. I was thinking that Carly could use this opportunity to write a screenplay for a new movie based on Taken.
There we go, chat. That's what we were saying, that she could do a movie based on... she could do her own movie, yeah. Exactly. Other people think like us.
It could be called Faken. In this movie, Carly could offer a warning as compelling as the one in the original movie delivered by the actor Liam Neeson.
Yeah, Faken. Yeah. I've seen bits and parts of that movie. That guy was Qui-Gon Jinn from Star Wars. He was the first mentor of Anakin that eventually became Darth Vader. Obi-Wan was his apprentice that took Anakin in later. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's hysterical. And I agree with him.
After talking about having a very particular set of skills, Carly could say, "I will look for you, I will find you, and I will give you Cheez-Its."
He did a good job at covering that. That was hysterical. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. That she could do that. Yeah, that was awesome. All right. So, what did y'all think of that, chat? That was epic. Yeah, and also, yeah, dogs are great. I like dogs. My aunt and uncle in Kentucky had this American Indian dog. It was cool. Shout out to Dr. Grande. That was a great as always. And also, we got yeah, that, and yeah, dogs are cool. Rulia. I'm glad that you take care of your dogs. Dogs are awesome. They sound like really amazing animals. Alright, Eliza Jean. I'm going live tomorrow. Yeah, around the same time. Alright. So, I'm going to review this dude called Depressed Ginger. Ironically, another ginger person. Going to review that. Some of my German relatives had dark hair also. That's where I get the dark hair from. And, let's see. Yeah, I don't agree with the mental illness thing, straight out life form. That's definitely not true. A shout out to Liza Jean Williams. Glad she came by. Alright, this is the new video I'm going to review for fair use. I reviewed him before. Alright, now I'm going to react to this one. Drink some water.
And also kind of talk.
This is about the Titan. Alright, the Titan implosion.
Alright, I just wanted to give a quick update on the Titan submersible situation, kind of discuss the design of Titan in comparison to the submersible Alvin, which is owned by the U.S. Navy, and also kind of talk about where are we right now, because the news has really slowed down over the past week. Nothing has really come out. We're in a holding period, but there are a few things that I wanted to discuss. This first one, 60 Minutes drops a bomb about Titanic submersible tragedy in devastating...
Yeah, what he was saying is true, that the media has not been covering a lot of stuff about the Titan and other things like the alien sighting in Las Vegas. They're not really doing that right now. They've been slacking on that because they just want to see what thing is going to get people to distract them from things. Even if it's a real topic, they're going to distract stuff. And they have not come out about what the human remains were yet. So this is going to be very interesting.
Review. So this interview a few days ago, quote, who was the last person to murder 2 billionaires and have them pay for the privilege? You know, that's obviously referencing the whole situation with them paying $250,000. This is a quote from Carl Stanley. If you've been following the story, a lot of you probably know who that is. I think Stockton was designing a mousetrap for billionaires. That's what Carl Stanley told 60 Minutes. Stanley is a tourist.
That's interesting. Well, chat, what do you think of that? Yeah, I think that is an interesting perspective. A mousetrap for billionaires.
Marine operator and considered Rush a friend. He was also one of the first people to go out on Titan's test dives in 2019. And he also details what he heard. Quote, I would say every 3 to 4 minutes there were loud gunshot-like noises. It's a heck of a sound to hear when you're that far under the ocean and in a craft that has only been down that deep once before. So this was back before they started the Titanic dives. They didn't.
I told you all this before, and I don't mind repeating the information. So basically, they were hearing gunshots. So imagine... we have some, there's some black folks out here sometimes, and they like to shoot guns at each other because that's what people like to do sometimes around here. But, so basically, like, when they have when you hear a gunshot, it's loud, so you're in a tiny submersible with a gunshot. That's really terrible. And I told you all before, it was in the Bahamas. They heard gunshot noises, and they heard these things blowing up. And the thing cracking and imploding. Now, when James Cameron went into the Mariana Trench, it made some noises, but he was still there, so it's okay. But that doesn't mean it was necessarily a good thing, and the other thing was showing signs of decay.
Start those until 2021. This was back in 2019, and he's reporting every 3 to 4 minutes there were gunshot-like noises. He warned Stockton Rush. And then he says in response, quote, if someone raised a safety concern, they were not only not listened to, they were silenced. It was a toxic culture when it comes to safety. And I think that whole situation, because if you guys remember when the whole thing started, when it was announced that Titan was missing, they were looking for it, there were some things that came out that Stockton Rush didn't like working with older white dudes, and people were like, oh, you know, he wants to hire for diversity, when in reality, Stockton Rush didn't like working with older white dudes because older white dudes kept telling him it's not safe.
Exactly. Depressed Ginger is saying what I was saying to y'all before. It had nothing to do with a woke thing, really, maybe. It had to do with, in my opinion, that he just didn't like them because they kept on telling him he was wrong, so he wanted to hire younger white people that wouldn't tell him he's wrong. He couldn't just comprehend that he was wrong. So this is exactly what I was saying throughout the streams about the Titans. So it's coming out what I said was true by the media and the news. A few of them are covering it, but not all of them, because it's not that profitable anymore, because they want to try to distract people with things and stuff.
To build a better submersible, you need to invest more money in a hull, you need to make it a sphere. He didn't want to hear any of that. He thought it was a hindrance and that it wouldn't be a problem. It was over precaution. Obviously, it turns out that's not true. And those are some remarkable quotes. Oceangate used a mothership too small to carry the Titan in 2023, dragging it behind on a platform to save money, according to reports. And yes, the New York Times, I believe that's who it was, did a deep dive comparing Alvin, which is the U.S. Navy submersible, to Titan. Now, Alvin can go much deeper in the ocean than Titan can. It's had major renovations, major upgrades. When you look at the design of Alvin in comparison to Titan, Titan's design mimics a pill, and the reason for that is because they wanted to fit more people on.
You see this thing, how complex it is and how intricate it is? When you're building a submersible, or like with James Cameron's submersible, compared to this, the trash can water heater that Stockton Rush had, yeah.
Titan.
Yeah, aliens do run the casinos. I do agree with that, Aurelia.
Because it was an incentive to get as many people on as possible. If you think about the idea, you know, Stockton Rush has to occupy one of the spots. A Titanic expert has to occupy another of the spots. You look at any other submersible in the world that travels that deep, normally they only fit up to 3 people. So if you're trying to run something to where you're charging people $250,000, it's not very efficient to only have 3 people on that, and you really only have one.
Yeah, SC Wolverines, it can damage it, especially something like this. Yes, you're correct. It can, in my opinion.
Customer, maybe if you...
And yeah, so basically, with this thing, I totally agree that they built it because they want to cram more people into it, and that they didn't construct it right. And it says the only safety training Oceangate gave Titan passengers was handing them a flight suit and some warm socks and a kind of fleece vest. Yeah, that was the safety stuff they taught them. Yeah, and the dude said if it cracks, it's going to just disintegrate, and they'll know when it's about to happen. It's not really a great thing.
Wanted to take out the Titanic expert and put another customer on, you could have 2, but they went with that pill design instead of a sphere, and now it's coming out. Apparently, the Polar Prince was also too small, and the way they got it into the water was completely different. Because of its size, Oceangate rented an older mothership for its dives in 2023.
It's all about being cheap and with the money. It's just cringe.
The Polar Prince was smaller and less expensive than ships it used before. That was according to the New York Times, and the Polar Prince didn't have room for the Titan, so the sub had to be towed, according to a report. The submersible that first took humans to the Titanic wreck has made more than 5,000 dives. A researcher who has been on the Alvin 53 times says it's nothing like Titan. Alvin is one of the oldest deep-sea submersibles, and it's responsible for many scientific discoveries. And listen, this is a tough situation comparing something that the U.S. Navy has to, you know, what Titan was and what Stockton Rush and Oceangate did. That's kind of like apples to oranges, but
Yeah, apples to oranges. Yeah, I agree. But it's basically saying about the difference between the quality of the Titan and the quality of the other ones. Like, you could clearly see a difference.
Does give you a good perspective just of how different the design of Titan was, and it broke a bunch of protocol, and there were people that warned Stockton Rush. Quote, it would be like comparing a commercial airliner to somebody who just built their own airplane. And yeah, that does make sense. The U.S. Navy, with Alvin versus Stockton Rush's Titan. This was an article about a week ago, the Maverick design choices that may have doomed Titan. This references its interior design and it compares it to Alvin, basically saying the pill-type design. Here, I'll just read it. Unlike the other submersibles, Titan's hull was shaped like a pill, which fit more passengers. A sphere has been the industry standard, known to be better suited for deep sea pressures. Unlike most other submersibles, the hull's central...
Oh yeah, because the design choice was not good for submersibles at all. It certainly wasn't good. But it was good to fit in a lot of passengers, and it was like a pill. And you see, it was like a pill. It dissolved like a pill. That's another interesting factor. Yeah, exactly, Stranded Lifeform. I agree with that. And as I'm reading chat for a second. Yeah, cute dog, Rulia. That's a cute dog. And yeah, because I was reading earlier about James Cameron, how they think they know more than him about submersibles than James Cameron. It's cringe. Yeah.
Cylinder used carbon fiber, not the more expensive titanium used in other submersibles that safely return passengers from the abyss. And the Titan's carbon fiber cylinder was attached to titanium hemispheres, creating several joints of dissimilar materials that are challenging to bound properly. So this goes deep into the science behind Titan and possibly why the implosion happened. The main culprits being the pill design, as well as, very likely, I think the investigation comes back and says it was the carbon fiber hull that was the biggest culprit of this terrible disaster. So
yeah, it's definitely the carbon fiber hull and also the electrical malfunction, we believe. And Anthony McQuaid has a very good question. He says, like, if James Cameron started his own tours, he would do well with his crew of 3 submersibles. What do you think? I think if James Cameron, like, he would have to design it a certain way, very differently, drastically differently than the other ones that he had. I mean, the other ones that, like, Titan made, he would be very different, and I think he could pull it off if, he did it properly. I think he could. Now, if I'm wrong and they can't actually successfully do it, then okay, but I think he would be able to pull it off, in my opinion.
I just wanted to update everyone on the current Titan situation. I'm not sure what's going to be happening next when it comes to the investigation, but apparently it's going to be a while. At least that was the initial thing. It was going to be like an 8 to 12 month, wait time in terms.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Of the report that gets released on what actually caused this implosion, and then all of the speculation comes out. In the wreckage we saw some different type of electronics being recovered. There were wires. Could that be some type of black box? Maybe we hear some audio, maybe we see the transcripts. I'm sure all those...
Yeah, there's dispute about if the transcripts were real or not. Yeah. And also, yeah, exactly, Stranded Lifeform. They're making it out of glue. They glued the window. Yeah, Elmer's glue. This is cringe. And he said it's more like peanut butter. This man was just insane.
Transcripts that have been released, let me just reiterate, I'm sure all of those are fake. I mean, I guess I don't know 100%, but just based off of every other leak that we've gotten, every leak we've gotten has been fake. So those transcripts, the idea that those originating, coming from TikTok, coming from what was it, Instagram shorts or YouTube shorts, something like that. The idea that those would be real seems ridiculous. Although the transcripts do, I mean, somebody did a good job at faking them. I guess people just fake anything nowadays. And I was also reading.
Yeah, and especially with AI now, we could fake a lot of things. So that's what I think that they're able to do it. I reviewed on the channel recently about it, and we were disputing it. And I think that we made some good points about it. But yeah, it could definitely seems like that was faked. Yeah, all right. Exactly, Anthony McQuaid. I agree. His submersibles are bigger with more mobility. Right. Yeah, really, that sounds funny.
The science behind the pill design of the hull compared to the sphere. The pressure applied to a pill shape is distributed disproportionately and may cause collapse, similar to a soda can being crushed. Being disproportionate as opposed to a sphere, a spherical shape allows for a uniform distribution of pressure, making it less susceptible to distortion. And that's why the sphere is a far better design. I would say it's fairly obvious. You could make an inference and say the reason the pill design was implemented by Stockton Rush and Oceangate, they wanted more customers, right? It's just such a weird thing. Trips down to the Titanic, $250,000. How does that business model work exactly? You know, how is that really a winning formula? It seems like such a niche audience. I don't know. But either way, guys, that is the update on Titan. You've got Carl Stanley coming out in a 60 Minutes interview saying, listen, I went on this thing in 2019. There were loud gunshot bangs every 3 to 4 minutes. And then Carl Stanley says, look, you know, this is ridiculous. You need to redesign it or something because it is not safe. And Stockton Rush is just not wanting to hear it.
Yeah, so that's basically like Stockton Rush didn't want to hear it. Stockton Rush didn't want any kind of, you know, refutation towards it. Yeah, I've seen Anthony McQuaid. I've seen his dives. I've seen the movies of it. He does very well.
Stockton Rush thought any safety concern was, you know, just people being overly cautious. They were stifling innovation. That seems to be his type of train of thought. And I will agree, there are certain situations when you can't be overly cautious. The problem is this is such a delicate...
Yeah, you see, dragging it behind a platform, that would definitely cause it to lose money. I mean, to get damaged, as S. Wolverines was saying. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And really, yeah, that was funny what you said. It was funny.
With pressure, because very few submersibles go that deep. If you do design something cheap, you know, it's not like there's 100 people going down to the Titanic a day. That's not what this is, you know, and I think that's one of the things to where he was trying to compare people being overly safe to like other everyday activities to where we tend to be overly safe. It's just not comparable. You don't have people going down to the Titanic. You don't have submersibles going down to the Titanic every day. It is a very rare occurrence, and there's a reason it's a rare occurrence. It's over 2 miles deep. So guys, that is the update on the Titan submersible situation. That's going to do it for this video. Make sure you're following me on Twitter.
Yeah, so there's going to be diminishing factors about the Titan submersible. It's going to be diminishing. And basically, you know, as time progresses, we'll get more information out about it. And so that's the stuff from now, the updates for now, and I'm going to reread this again, as I covered it earlier, and then I'm going to get into the cryptids. Alright, so some of you all heard this already, but I'm going to do it again. And there's the cryptids. We'll talk about that next. Alright. Oceangate's co-founder says James Cameron who's criticized the company's now imploded Titan sub, knows nothing about the company's vessel. Oceangate's co-founder said that filmmaker James Cameron knows nothing about the company sub. Gamiriel Saholine called Cameron an experienced ocean explorer, but said he doesn't know about Oceangate. Oceangate's Titan sub imploded last month on a dive to Titanic, killing everyone on board. Yeah, so these people are saying that James Cameron doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not true. Hollywood filmmaker and underwater explorer James Cameron, who has publicly criticized the design of the Oceangate's ill-fated Titan submersible, knows nothing about the deep-sea vessel. A co-founder of Oceangate, of the Ocean Exploration Company, said Thursday. Maybe there's some kind of glitch with YouTube or something. Alright. Oceangate, yeah, was saying about how Oceangate co-founder Gamirlo Solheim told Insider that a handful of people, including Cameron, have cast a negative shadow over Solheim's former company and its Titan submersible that imploded last month, killing all 5 people on board. Yeah, Anthony McQuaid, he has a lot of Titanic footage of, like, the bridge. He has the footage of inside the buildings. It's incredible. Yeah, sometimes YouTube has a glitch. It's not my connection, it's the YouTube. The media's whole spin on how unsafe this was, based on Dave Lockridge, Oceangate's former director of marine operations, Will Cohine from Marine Technology Society, Jim Cameron, who knows nothing about any of this stuff. It's really James Cameron, but yeah. So he was saying this, the co-founder of Titan Submersibles and the Oceangate was saying that James Cameron knows nothing about this stuff. And also the submersible expert Carl Stanley said that the same thing, that they don't know what they're talking about. The media's whole spin on how unsafe this was is based on Dave Lockridge, Oceangate's former director of marine operations, Will Cohine from Marine Technology Society, and James Cameron, who knows nothing about any of this stuff, and submersible expert. Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, I think that these people are very silly and goofy and being stupid, that they would know what they're talking about. And Solheim called Cameron a very experienced ocean explorer and a sub guy himself, but knows nothing of this kind of stuff. In the aftermath of the Titan sub disaster, Cameron has spoken out about Oceangate and said that he had several engineers had warned the company that the vessel could lead to catastrophic failure. And they were right, it led to catastrophic failure. Right, Rulia. Right. And the Titanic movie director is highly experienced on the Oceangate Explorer and has voyaged to the Titanic wreck site in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean 33 times. You see, like, I would go with James Cameron, And like James Cameron was being specific, he built his submersible for 1 or 2 people. And that basically shows a point that he did his thing right, and he built it correctly. Cameron, a principal in Florida-based company Triton Submarines, co-designed and co-engineered the Depecia Challenger submersible that he piloted in 2012 to the ocean's depths to the point of the Mariana Trench. Exactly, Stranded Lifeform. After the Titan went missing, while on an expedition to the Titanic and was determined to have imploded, it emerged that the industry experts had flagged warnings and safety concerns about the sub and its carbon fiber and titanium hull, and also the electrical stuff in it didn't work. So, and they're saying, now chat, why do you all think that the co-founder of Oceangate is saying that James Cameron doesn't know what he's talking about with the submersible? Over the course of 15 years, that Oceangate's probably employed likely 200 and has dived dozens of people, Solheim told Insider, and you're not hearing from 4 people. Ooh, strawman. He added, common sense seems to indicate these must be the vocal minority because there are a lot of people that aren't speaking up who disagree with these 4. So he's doing a straw man who's saying there's many people out there that enjoyed their time diving and that some other people didn't, so it's a straw man argument. In my opinion. Solheim's founded Oceangate with CEO Stockton Rush, the mastermind behind the Titan, and one of the 5 passengers who was killed in the tragedy. The world only had one foremost expert on using carbon fiber to go into the deep oceans, and he's gone now, said Solheim, referring to Rush. Yeah, so that's what Cameron was saying. And they were saying about Cameron, and it's really ridiculous what they were thinking. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's a roach. That's why I did that. I think it flew on me earlier. Comes back out, I'll hit it again. Alright. You have a lot of those things down here. Sorry about that. It was a roach. All right. So before I get into the cryptids, see about this thing. All right. All right.
Concerned about no, I was pretty
This is something new from James Cameron.
no, I was pretty concerned about implosion risk and the other hazards I mentioned over a 7-year period. And we did test after test after test and scenario after scenario and a lot of pilot training and so on. So that little thing right over there went in a freezer, and I would go in and do simulated dives, just like NASA would do.
You see, like how James Cameron did his dives, you know, and how all the stuff he went through and the testing he went through to get this thing done.
You know, close the astronauts into a space shuttle simulator or whatever. Did 10 and 12-hour simulated dives in that thing, and they would throw failures at me, including, you know, simulated fire and other failures, battery failures. They'd just run through the computer. So we did it like NASA. So I entered this vehicle with great confidence in the vehicle. Now, if I got trapped by a fishing net, you know, that had broken loose from some purse seiner, you know, and drifted and was a ghost net sitting on the bottom, yeah, I'd be worried about that. But I wasn't worried about the engineering. I certainly wasn't worried about imploding because we had...
Yeah, you see, he went through so much great length to test it out where he wouldn't be concerned about that. Yeah.
Tested everything. That's how it should be, right? Now, you know, so you asked me what the effect on me of this accident was. Well, a good friend of mine was in the sub, P.H. Nargelet. He's a legendary submersible pilot, fellow Titanic explorer. We had a kind of friendly competition to see who had dived the most. I think it's unresolved at this point. I don't know how many he just did, you know, over the last few weeks. But, I mean, before the accident, obviously. But, you know, so it's an emotional shock. It's like a gut punch. You don't expect it because you don't expect an implosion to happen.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't expect it to happen. It's very unfortunate that his friend died on there.
Because that's what you spend all your time and all your finite element analysis and your computer simulations and everything else to prevent. But they obviously didn't do that. They didn't approach it with that same rigor and discipline, unfortunately.
Yeah, and this was a very good video that James Cameron did about that, because basically the lack of discipline and the lack of, you know, what they're supposed to do led to their destruction. No, I totally agree with that. And chat, I think the roach is still lurking around, probably. Yeah, I just saw it. So just brace yourselves if something else. I'll warn y'all before something happens. All right. Yeah. What's his name? Anthony McQuaid. I totally agree. You know, and he did show that stuff in the Titanic, and he did very well with that. I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah, exactly. Like Steven Spielberg's not knowing about movies. Yeah, The Gladiator is a good movie. That's true. And I'm going to play this again. So everybody could know. LOL, Anthony McQuaid. LOL. Alright, so I'm going to play this thing again from his original coverage about that. And then I'll get into the let's see. Oh, we covered that already. Well, I don't mind covering it again, but I do want to get into the cryptids. Yeah, so yeah, but basically, James Cameron has a lot of good insight about the submersibles and the submarines, and he went through so much testing to put his thing together. Right. Okay. Alright. So, like, do y'all want to see the news coverage of James Cameron talking about that again? Like I played before? Let's see what y'all think. Because I'm about to get into the cryptids. Alright. And I can always go back to that. So, okay, so a cryptid. Hey, so I could show pictures of that, but the video, it would have a copyright issue if I showed the video of it. Nice to have you back, Rulia. Nice to have you back. Alright. So, the cryptids. Put the definition. Alright. Cryptids are animals that cryptozoologists believe may exist somewhere in the wild, but whose present existence is disputed or unsubstantiated by science. Cryptozoology is a pseudoscience which primarily focuses at anecdotal stories and other claims rejected by a scientific community. So basically, with cryptids, it's these creatures that exist that we're not too sure if they're real or not. Things like the Loch Ness Monster, things like Bigfoot, those are cryptids, like mermaids, stuff like that. And the aliens too. Alright. Anthony, I'll play about the subs. I'll play that after I talk about the cryptids. Alright. Yeah, so as I said, I'll get to, as we were just talking about the submersibles, I'll talk about this for one moment. Yeah, so that's what they're talking about with the Titanic. Alright. Now, I'll get back to that more in a moment, but I think you all saw that for a second. And Yes. Yeah, because now I'm with the cryptids. I showed that picture for a second, and I'll talk about the subs after this. But I showed the picture for a moment because we were just talking about the submersibles. So, talk about that again. And now we're going to talk about the cryptids in different U.S. states. Cryptids and urban legends have entered and intrigued many around the campfires and sleepovers for years. Learn about your state's spookiest cryptids here. Every urban legend has its origin story. Urban legends start as tall tales and balloon their way into social consciousness by thousands of people sharing their perceived experiences with others. Most of the time, it is nothing more than a trick of the light, fooling people into seeing something lurking in the shadows or murky depths. Others might squint in reality hard at something to see whether they want to be there. These monsters, or cryptids, as some like to call them, hang around in spooky stories every year around the campfire season, and as sightings of mythical creatures like Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster increase, so does our curiosity. For this study, the team of Cree Lighting see out of the shed some light most popular urban legends, each state using data from Google Trends. Alright, I'm about to find out. Snallygasters, Mothmen, and every state's favorite cryptid. Alright, so let's see. Okay, stranded life form, it's Loveland frog. It's a talking frog. And I think I know the abbreviations. Let's see. So, Alabama, werewolf. Arkansas, werewolf. Arizona, thunderbird. And, let's see. The abbreviations. Yeah, I don't know what that one is. AR. Thought that was Arkansas. Okay. Yeah, so Arkansas is the Foik monster. And let's see. Okay, that's what I thought. Alaska, it's the werewolf. Arizona, it's the thunderbird. And yeah, and Alabama's the werewolf. California, there's a Loch Ness monster. Colorado, it's a Yeti. And they have various ones. They have the Mookie Mbebe. Never heard of that. And they have some Loch Ness monsters. They have some Snallygasters. And they have the skunk ape. And they have some Bigfoot. And they have some chupacabras in the different states. Yeah, the Loch Ness Monster, it's, yeah, in California, apparently. and because it's apparently something from, it's like a dinosaur that lives in Scotland. Hey Norm, glad you're here. Yeah, Ohio's the Loveland Frog. Texas, there's Chupacabra. See what my state. In Louisiana, yeah, the werewolf. I know that. Well, some of the urban legends morph into international superstars like the Kraken and the Yeti. The other cryptids have humble fan bases in specific localities. America is full of lesser known urban legends that stick to haunting certain states and regions. For example, the Snallygaster's first sighting was in Maryland during the early 1900s and has remained the talk of the town in the DMV areas ever since. And yeah, I'm just, I believe a lot of these things are real. Perhaps even all of them. I'm just telling you all the information about them. Despite this cryptid's fun name, the snallygaster is a terrifying bird and like reptile thing, kind of like a dragon, and it snatches children and small farm animals, according to the legends of Snallygaster. And I remember we talked about this before. Oh. Okay, I see Wolverines. Can you be specific about your state? I know your state, I think. I want you to be clear about your state, because I'm not quite sure. 100%. Alright. Right, Rulia. Right. And we talked about Bigfoot, how the different theories, what it could be. I think it's something, those interdimensional demonic beings. That's what I think it is. It could be connected with Cain or the Nephilim or something. That's what I think too, SC Wolverines. And yeah, West Virginia is the Mothman. New York is the Loch Ness Monster. North Carolina is the Loch Ness Monster. LOL, Rulia. Nice. Oh, SC Wolverines. And I do recall your state, but yeah. Okay, I'm going to say the abbreviations for the state, for the different states. Not completely, alright, yeah. So Georgia, I think it says, yeah, the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, probably out in the beach area. So I'm going to go by state, and although I know the states, I'm going to say them abbreviated. It'll be more simple to go through this. So in AL, werewolf, AK, werewolf, AZ, thunderbird, AR, Fook monster, CA, Loch Ness monster, CO, Yeti, CT, Moki, Membi, and DE, Loch Ness monster, DC, Snallygaster. FL, Skunk Ape. JA, Loch Ness Monster. HI, Loch Ness Monster. ID, Bigfoot. IL, Loch Ness Monster. IN, werewolf. IA werewolf. KS is chupacabra. KY werewolf. LA werewolf. ME Dover demon. MD Loch Ness monster. MA Pukwudgie. MI Michigan dogman. MN Wendigo. MS Chupacabra. MO Chupacabra. MT Bigfoot. NE Yowie. NV Chupacabra. NH Dover demon. NJ Jersey devil. Hello, angry snowman. Glad you could come through. NY Loch Ness monster. NC Loch Ness monster. ND Thunderbird. OH Loveland frog. OK Chupacabra. OR Bat Squatch. PA Loch Ness monster. RI Pukwudgie. SC Loch Ness monster. I'm reading the different states. And in SD, there's something called the Ugo Pugo. In TN, Moki. Mbib. TX, Chupacabra. In UT, Skinwalker. Yeah. I know about, we talked about the Skinwalker on here. Remember, Latina and I talked about that on here. VT, Loch Ness monster. VA, Loch Ness monster. In WA, there's the Kraken. In WV, there's the Mothman. WI, Wendigo. And YW's Bigfoot. Well, Rulia, I see what you mean, but it's saying that there's different species of the Loch Ness monster in different parts of the world. Like the Mothman, like in Sarah, which is another user on here, she's in chat sometimes, and we were talking about how in different traditions there's the same monsters. Like we were talking about the ones in Japan because that's where she is. I'll go over. All right. The Gusha Kadukuru. And it's a form of a giant skeleton. This is one of the things from Japan. It's a giant skeleton that allegedly attacks people. And they have other things like the Mothman in Japan, but they call it something else. It's like the Koopa. Like in Mario, the Koopa, it comes from this, the Kappa. So this is an example of some other kind of life form that exists in Japanese folklore that's similar to the Mothman. So the Kappa, which is something from Mario, the Koopas. This thing's similar to the Mothman. So in the different countries, you have similar traditions describing the same thing. So these different species, these alleged species, exist in different parts of the world. And in my opinion, they're fallen angels or something connected with them, disguising themselves as these things, in my opinion. And others may think that they're some type of the different creatures we have around. And Norm, thank you for your opinions about the New York thing, about the monster there. Thank you for sharing that with us. While some urban legends morph into international superstars like the Kraken and Yeti, other cryptids have humble fan bases in the specific locations America is full of lesser-known urban legends that stick to haunting certain states and regions. For example, the Snallygaster. The first sighting was in Maryland in the 1900s, and it was like this creepy, like a dragon thing, and it devoured people. I remember we talked about that in the last stream. Despite these cryptids' names, fun names, the Snallygaster is a terrifying bird meets reptile, like what I said. And it's like for like a movie. And it snatched children and did things to farm animals at night, allegedly. And according to legend, it died in Washington County, where it was overcome by fumes of moonshine, still and fell from the sky, and a 2,500-gallon vat of alcohol. Today, people annually commemorate the creature's booze-drenched demise with fun outdoor beer festival in Washington, D.C. Another lesser-known urban legend in the U.S. is the Foky Monster. The Foky Monster is a Sasquatch-like cryptid that resides somewhere in the network of creeks extending from the Sulphur River bottoms of Arkansas to a small town called Fuki. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but I did it. The town garnered national attention in 1970s after one Bobby Ford reported the Fuki constable he was attacked one night by a terrifying creature. Ford claimed that it red eyes creature inhuman strength and could move very quickly like an evil hairy swamp Superman. Alright, let's see what chat's saying. Very interesting chat. I like the conversation. That's interesting. About this, and I'm not the champion, the Champlin. That's interesting. I've not heard of that before. Norm, I haven't heard of that. One of the country's most beloved regional cryptids is in West Virginia's Mothman. Georgia Peach saw one of her friends in one of the tree cams captured the Mothman, a picture of it, and 20 feet high in a tree. Ash made a video about. Maybe I'll play it in a little bit. The one that I did. And yeah, that's basically a cryptid we were talking about, and that's what brought us down this rabbit hole of cryptids, because it has to do with the supernatural phenomenons, like the aliens. And I like the conversations and the variety of different opinions we have on them. One of the country's most the beloved regional cryptids is the West Virginia's Mothman. Mothman was first sighted in 1966 in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. As the story goes, two young couples fled the local woods claiming they saw a creature that looked mostly human except for the massive wings and glowing red eyes. The local paper ran a story of Mothman, and within a couple of days, the entire unsuccessful but a legend was born. Today, the Mothman Museum remains a popular attraction among locals and visitors alike. And right, I'll continue and I'll get to chat in a moment. And there's one thing I'll read some more things about Bigfoot. These legends don't just influence the community events. In some cases, they become so ingrained in local lore that they sneak their way into popular mainstream media. Take Washington and New Jersey, for example. Both states' top searched cryptids influenced their NHL team's decisions on mascots. Seattle in NHL's new franchise and settled on the nickname Kraken in 2020 to honor the city's maritime culture and interest to the giant octopus. And the Jersey Devil have been in New Jersey's pro hockey team since 1982. All right, all right, Norm. I understand your point. You're understood. And from people that I talked to, Norm, from up over there in the Appalachia, they're saying that there's something there, and like they're not faking it. That there is something in the woods. Obviously, and that people had these sightings. So unless that there's somebody dressing up like that and they're not aware of it, most of the people believe that it's not someone in a costume, but it's someone real, or perhaps a government experiment. I think it's some interdimensional being. That's possible. And read some other statistics. Alright. This is like the search. The Yeti has 759,000. The Kraken is 418,000. The Wendigo is 330,000. The Chupacabra, 235,000. Bigfoot, 118,000. Thunderbird, 100,000. Mothman, 96,000. Werewolf, 92,000. The Loch Ness Monster, 79,000. Jersey Devil, 42,000. Those are the searches. I mentioned before about the Titanic imagery, and I'll get to that after I read this, and then I'll go back to the cryptids. I'll take like a brief moment, and I'll go back and see the thing that he wanted to show the chat. All right. It turns out most popular urban legends in 12 U.S. states are actually of Scottish origin. The Loch Ness Monster is supposed to be a marine creature that inhabits the lake Loch Ness in Scotland since 1993. Numerous sightings of the sea monster have been reported, igniting the collective imaginations of locals and tourists alike. Loch Ness lovers rejoice. There may be some truth to these sightings after all. According to scientists, the creature responsible for the repeated sighting of the fabled Nessie may be a giant eel. Right on, Anthony McQuaid. Right on. Alright, Stranded Lifeform, good night. And another popular, internationally acclaimed cryptid in the U.S. is the Chupacabra. The vampire cryptid has captivated imaginations of 7 states, primarily in the Southwest. The tale of the Chupacabra originated in Latin America, with its first purported sightings taking place in Puerto Rico. Legend has it that the monster would come out of night, attack the livestock to drink the blood. In most cases, the creepy bloodsuckers were actually coyotes with severe manage, they say. To determine the most popular cryptid in every U.S. state, we compiled a list of 100 of the most popular ones from around the world using websites like Mental Floss, Exemplore, and Forbes, among others, to ensure the study included the ones people are most interested in. We ran those terms through the search tool Affairs to get a list of the 25 top search cryptids in the U.S. They use the Google Trends to find the different ones. So those are some interesting thoughts from this article about the cryptids in the United States. And now we're done with the cryptid part. I'll probably see if Norm or anyone else want to call in and talk about this in a moment. After I will show, okay, so I'm going to show some of this, the Titanic underwater, and I'll talk more about Bigfoot. Okay, Norm, that's interesting. I wasn't aware of it. So, this is what the guy, Anthony McQuaid was talking about the Titanic. You know, that's the Titanic. You can see the wreck when Bill Paxton then went down there. Yeah, that's when they went to the Titanic. Right. I'll look into it, Anthony. Okay, now I'm gonna go look up some things about the Bigfoot. Okay, I'm going to read this article about the Bigfoot, and then I'll see if Norm wants to call in. All right, what does the Bible say about the possibility of Bigfoot and Sasquatch? All right. Camping late at night in the woods and telling stories about fire is a rite of passage for many youth. Invariably, the nocturnal setting evokes tales of terror and the civilian surroundings among the guarantee that some of these tales will feature the legend of Bigfoot. And sometimes it's called Sasquatch. It's also a Native American name. So it goes back to the times of the Indians, the American Indians that were here. It's a creature from North America. In the legend, some consider it to be very large, hirsute, bipedal hominid, that is a big, hairy, human-like creature, walking on two legs. The bipedal characteristic is what would separate the Sasquatch from the apes, which is quadrupeds. The common appellation Bigfoot comes from the fact that creature reportedly leaves very large footprints. Other cultures have folklore considering it tall ape men. So, Norm, they have people in different parts of the world in the time before American colonialism that talked about these things. So the Almas of Mongolia, the Yeti of Nepal, and the Nukluk of Northwestern Territories, for example. So they had other civilizations that talked about these things. And thank you, Anthony, for the information about Bill Paxton and his interview. Alright, some people believe Bigfoot is a Neanderthal-type human species, a missing link between humans and apes. Others believe it's a species of nocturnal ape descended from an extinct genus of 10-foot-tall ape called Gigantopithecus. And some people look into the Bible and claim to find proof that the Bigfoot exists. Usually the theories involve the Isua, Cain, or Nephilim. The Isu was born covered with hair in Genesis 25:25, and his descendants of the Edomites were enemies of Israel. These facts led some people to speculate that the creature we call Bigfoot are actually modern-day Edomites, and who have inherited Isu's traits of a man of the field, having long hair. Another theory involves Adam and Eve's son Cain, who was, of course, the first murderer, and he was cursed by God and condemned to be a restless wanderer of earth. Some theorize Bigfoot is a descendant of Cain, like his forebearer. Bigfoot is cursed and lives apart from the rest of humanity and has become a monstrous in his appearance. This would make Bigfoot similar to the fictitious monster Grendel and Beowulf. So, I'm part British from my dad's side and my mom's side, and so Grendel was before the northern Germans went over to the land of Britain when they were part of the Anglos and Dane. The Danes. There was this monster called Grendel who was like a Nephilim type creature, and Beowulf slayed him, and they talked about how Jesus helped them slay the beast. So this is a similar beast to Grendel, apparently. And the Mothman is known to be very tall as well. Another theory involves Adam and Eve. Yes, and Cain said that. A third theory traces the Sasquatch back to Nephilim, an antediluvian race of giants produced by the union of fallen angels and human women. Some see the Sasquatch as a remnant of the Nephilim, or perhaps a new breed of creature produced the same way. Still, other Bigfoot enthusiasts use complex Bible codes based on the sequence to find Sasquatch in the scriptures. These are numerologists claim to discover mentions of Bigfoot, the beast of the earth, the hairy, the wild, and the Bible in the same context. So we can see how this creature could resemble things from the times of the Bible and other civilizations. Right on, Anthony McQuaid. I agree with you. And all these theories are common weaknesses in the creature, attempting to explain its legendariness. And yeah, so I think that, in my opinion, it's some kind of... And also that it could be interdimensional, that it crosses different dimensions. That's another thing about the Bigfoot. That it could apparently be something from the other dimensions. And yeah, like, I think that, interesting, a conversation about this because, and yeah, in the Appalachia, the people apparently, they were seeing this thing, and it was bothering people, and it was hard to explain, what was going on with them. Let's see. I think I have one more thing, and then I'll get to the call. See if I can get to this thing. And all right, through here. So yeah, I think that if it could be an alien too, I agree with that. Norm, that makes sense. All right, a lot of things. A lot of scrolling. And also in 9/11, how there is these evil faces that were seen in the World Trade Center after they did the terrorist attack. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, so that was basically saying the Mormons, apparently, there's a story that the Mormons saw a creature like Bigfoot. That was the other thing I wanted to mention, that they saw something like Bigfoot. And it's very interesting that they saw that. And yeah, let's see, get to this other part. So Let's go to Titanic. I have that. Titanic versus Olympic. Right, that's another interesting topic about the Titanic and the Olympic. Yeah. That we were talking about before, Norm. And let's see. I think, yeah, because I'm about to, Norm, do you want to call in? That's my question to you. I could open the lineup if you want to call in. I agree with that, Norm, about our thoughts. Yeah. And also, you know, like the video I did about the Mothman, it was very interesting. Because, like, basically with the Mothman, it's very crazy how it was able to, you know, do these things and the different stuff that we saw. It was very, very fascinating because, like, my friend showed it to me in the tree. And, alright, Norm, I'll open the lines up. I'll bring you through. Give me a moment. Alright. Alright. We're going to go here. And everybody, Norm is about to call in. Okay. Talked about the different things with the Bigfoot. And now I'm going to switch over here. Onto the other window. Alright. Alright. Lines are open. Alright. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so we talked about the Titanic with the different things that are going on with that. We talked about the Mothman and stuff like that. Very interesting. And I think that, you know, really interesting topics we had about the cryptids and about, we were talking about the Olympic and the Titanic. That was really cool. And I remember how we had because Bigfoot is allegedly also an interdimensional being. I think that's very interesting. Okay. If he needs help with the number, I can put it back. I could put it in chat if you wanted me to. Alright. Yeah, and basically, like, if you compare, you know, these different things are going on, especially with the technology we have, it's very clear that there's something out there. And a lot of people believe that. They come from other dimensions. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's see.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey man, I'm
This is
doing
Norm.
good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Just doing the stream and stuff, and I'm glad that you're hearing the show. and I'd like to hear your thoughts. Tell me about this thing you saw, this creature in New York.
Okay. Well, first maybe I'll give you a little background on Lake Champlain, and well, Lake Champlain is it borders of lakes. You've got Eurotropic, Mesotropic, and Oleotropic. Oleotropic is the youngest type of lake, which means that it has like a rocky basin. A Eurotropic lake would be a very swampy type lake, which would be the oldest. And Mesotropic is somewhere in the middle. So Lake Champlain is shaped like a ravine, so it's shaped like a V. So it's almost like come through, and they just basically just scrape. The Oleotropic lake is the youngest, and Oleotropic lakes harbor like salmon and trout and fish that can only live in those types of environments, whereas like a Eurotropic lake would have a lot of carp and some largemouth bass and pike, things of that nature. So Lake Champlain has a huge population of landlocked salmon, and so there are huge schools of landlocked salmon that run up to like 30 pounds. Yeah. So, I forget what his first name is, but Champlain. He when he came over from Europe, there was already Native American cave paintings that were describing Champ by the Native Americans in that area. And when I went up to Lake Champlain, my father had a camp up there. Well, not a camp, but he had a trailer that was at a campground. I had no information about Champ whatsoever. I was just there to fish because I'm like a real hardcore fisherman. I built a custom rod to use up there. I took a sage blank, a 2-weight, which is a fly fishing blank, and the blank itself was approximately $500. And then I put materials into it, and I built it myself. I took a 2-weight 9-foot rod, and I cut it down I cut a foot off the end of it to make it 8 feet, so that it was like a gigantic shock absorber, so I could use it from shore to just like land any fish on earth. So like anything I can like tie into, there's no way it could get off this rod, the way I designed it. And I was using custom lures that I did myself, that I made up myself, that I customized. Yeah, I doing Heddon's tiny torpedo, but then I also took apart from another lure, and I used the two together to make a custom lure that was just like unbeatable for up there. So I was catching mostly largemouth bass and some smallmouth bass on surface lures. So I was taking smallmouth bass and largemouth bass that were coming out of about 25 feet of water, because you have about 15 feet of water clarity up there. The water's extremely clear, because it's an oleotropic lake. So every night that I was up there, I was catching somewhere between 4 and 5 good bass every evening, between somewhere around 5:30 p.m. to maybe like 8 p.m. was like the twilight hours, and that was just like, as long as the weather was stable, I was catching bass every single night on top water, and taking them out of about 25 feet of water. They would come up sometimes from like 15 feet, and they would hit the lure so hard that they would jump maybe like 2 or 3 feet out of the air, or out of the water into the air to strike the lure. Yeah. So I was in this area in Pewaukee Bay, and it was like an abandoned sailboat marina, where somebody had created like this concrete slab, and then adjacent to that was a rocky ledge where I think what happened was somebody bulldozed or somehow like moved the rocks, and then they created this like point at a 45-degree angle to the boat ramps. And what I could do was like walk out on this rocky ledge, and I could walk out about maybe like 50 yards as long as I stayed on this ledge, I was in about maybe 2 or 3 feet of water. But on each side of the ledge, it dropped off like very rapidly into about 6 or 8 feet of water, and then down into maybe 15 to 20 feet of water. So if I walked out on this rocky ledge, with my knees up to the water, I could get about another 50 feet off of the shoreline, and that was just enough so I could cast. And I was casting maybe like 60 yards at the most, and then I was getting to these bass. And one night I was out there, and it should have been, I was getting set up to catch some really nice, good-sized largemouth bass, mostly, anywhere from like 4 or 5 pounds, averaging on the good-sized fish. And I'm sitting out, I'm like standing out on this point, up to my knees in water, about 50 feet from shore, and I look out, and what I see, what is, to me, it looked like a string of mallards in the water, like maybe, I don't know, maybe like 10 of them, and they look like they're just kind of bobbing up and down. And I was like, okay, well, no big deal. It's just some mallards out there. And this is about maybe 300 yards from me. And as I'm getting ready to catch some trophy fish, they just kind of stayed together, like in a line. And I'm kind of watching this. Another 15 minutes goes by, and I'm like, it's kind of weird. Like, how can they all be like bobbing up and down with their heads down?
Yeah.
Like, how can they stay in a line but their heads are down? And I'm like, I still didn't think anything really that big a deal of it. I'm getting ready to catch some, seriously awesome fish. And then the next thing I know, I'm like, that doesn't look like mallards anymore. That looks like a string of tires in the water. And I'm like, all right, well, there's some people are just stupid and they do stupid things. So I was like, maybe somebody dumped a bunch of tires in the water.
Right.
So this thing it goes from like about 300 yards, and now it's about 200 yards away. And I'm like, that's really weird. Like, who would put a bunch of tires in the water? And then and then I'm still getting ready to catch my fish, and it's just about to turn on. Like, the fish are just about to go nuts and start whacking topwaters all over the place. You can see, because of the air, like, because of the way that everything's set up, you could see through the air about 5 miles each direction. And this was on a weekday, so there was really no big boat traffic. And then I noticed that, like, something's displaced in water, because there's water crashing up on the shoreline.
Right.
And this thing now is only about maybe like 150 yards away. And I'm like, something's going on. Like, this is just not right. So I just decided, I was like, something's about to happen, because I could just feel, like, the energy. Like, I could just feel like my whole body was tingling. And I'm like, man, something's happening. And then I was just like, whatever's about to happen, like, if I climb out, if I start, like, heading back to shore, like, I'll never myself. So just as the fish should have been, like, going nuts about like 6:30, whatever this thing is, it comes in and it just scares the fish off.
Okay.
And it just slowly, deliberately starts changing shape. Like, it no longer looks like tires. Now it looks like something, like, it looks like still waves, like dark still waves, like right under the water. And it's changing shape again. And it got to about 100 yards from me.
Oh, wow.
And it just slowly just went back out. And the fish never boiled that night. Like, I should have been catching another good 5 or 6 good-sized bass. The following day, I caught, again, bass. And I caught bass every single night I was there, except for that night. And about 2 nights after that, I caught a smallmouth bass that was approximately 8 pounds. And the New York State record is 9 pounds, 2 ounces, was set in 1940. So that fish that I caught that smallmouth that I caught that was 8 pounds could have set the New York State record in a couple years if it kept eating. It was a giant female that I caught on a surface lure that I created.
Oh, that's really cool.
And I don't know how. There's another part to this that it's like hard to explain to people, because if someone told me this, I would have a hard time believing it.
You're in the right place.
But somehow, whatever that thing was, somehow whatever that thing was, it changed my energy. From that point on in my life, like, I was able to find things that were lost. It also was why I became a craniosacral therapist, because craniosacral therapy has to do with like understanding energies in the body and
Right.
being able to feel things when you're working with clients.
Right.
And it just like turned on something in me. It just as it turned, it was just like, all I know is like, okay, I saw what I saw, but those fish told me that something was there in that area, because they got scared. They were about to like go nuts and chase whatever they were chasing, like mostly bait fish, and they just decided that they didn't want to do that night. So
Yeah.
whatever I saw, if I exclude that, my fish in that area told me there was something there. Like without undoubtedly, something came in, and I'm not saying that thing came in to eat those fish,
Right.
but those fish like were petrified of whatever that was.
Oh yeah.
And I caught
I agree.
0 fish then.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You can't live in New York State or in Vermont, in that area of Lake Champlain, without either seeing something or knowing somebody who's seen either one or multiple times something that looks just like that. I don't know anybody who's seen Bigfoot in this area, and
Okay.
I've lived in upstate New York now for about 25 years. I do know people in Vermont have seen some really crazy, weird things, because Vermont is like the weirdest place on earth to live, as far as I'm concerned, as far as seeing weird things.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I'm a hardcore fisherman. Like, I know what those fish told me. Like, they told me that they were petrified of whatever that thing was that came through.
Right. There's a
And
certain.
well, I did some research
thing like
afterwards, because again, I had
you could have like a
yeah.
like I don't know what's it called, where there's a third sense or something, like it was able to like communicate with you, that way you're able to like sense it. That's what they were telling you, right?
Yeah, I mean, my whole body was like tingling. Like, it was so loud that I could almost like hear the buzzing. And like I said, I just told myself I would never forgive myself. Like, if I got out of the water, like I knew that it was a possibility that this thing could come up and like maybe attack me or get too close to it, and then I would have to try to swim towards shore or something. But I just told myself I would never forgive myself if I ever got out of the water. So all I did was, as this thing started coming in closer and closer, I just made absolutely no noise, and I didn't move at all. I just stayed my ground and just decided to stay in the water with it, whatever, you know.
So it was
whatever
black.
happens.
Was it black or green or what?
Definitely black or dark gray, and it just looked like still waves right under the water's surface that kept morphing and changing in shape, and it was approximately 25 feet in length.
Wow. Yeah,
but
that's
like
big.
A whole bunch of humps, like a whole bunch of still humpish waves under the water in a long, like eel-like kind of shape. But again, I didn't see a head, I didn't see a tail. All I saw were these weird, like humpish, still waves, very dark gray or black, right under the water surface. And it moved very slowly, extremely deliberately. There was no like sudden movements of it. It just came in, decided to do that, and then just decided to leave. And as I watched the whole thing took place over the course of an hour. And by the time it was back out, maybe about 300 yards, it was maybe 7:30. So it was starting to get dark. It was like as it was leaving at the very end, I could barely see it. As it was, maybe 400 yards out, it was like almost, I couldn't see it at that point because it was like 7:30, maybe almost 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just had to I was so like perplexed by this that I actually didn't even fish the following night, because I just decided to go do research, because I was like, it was more important to me to try to figure out what happened than, and I had no information of Champ whatsoever. I had nothing, not even the slightest inkling that Champ existed. So,
right,
you know.
Did you see its
I was
head?
like a babe in the woods, you know.
Did you see its head?
No, nope. Didn't see a head. Didn't see a tail. All I saw were these strange still waves right under the water surface, and maybe like 10 or 15 bumps at any given point, but it kept changing shape. Kept like morphing. Like I'd see a bump here, and then that would kind of roll out into another bump somewhere else, and it would roll out. But I did see a really good YouTube video that almost is identical to what I saw. But at some point in that video, it's moving faster than what I saw, but almost identical to what I saw. It's about a 2-minute video on YouTube.
Okay.
So it's very interesting. But then again, like everybody, this is not even like slightly like uncommon in that area. Like everybody knows somebody or has seen something that lives on that lake. Like almost like everybody that's been there for any length of time has either seen it with their own eyes, or they know, or 2 or 3 people who have seen it.
Yeah.
It's extremely common. It's not like anything like Bigfoot, where there's like a sighting every once in 10 years or something.
Right. We'll get to Bigfoot in a moment. But so, what do you? What is this creature exactly? Is it like Loch Ness or like a dragon?
Well, okay, so here's what's really interesting. If you look on a map, and I think it's the longitude that runs like horizontally, the longitude of Lake Champlain and Loch Ness are almost identical, and they're very similar lakes in shape and size. They're basically sister lakes. So I think it's either latitude or longitude. I forget which one runs like horizontal. Whichever one of those ones runs horizontal, they're almost the same level on Earth. If you go straight across from like east to west or from west to east, and the lakes are very similar in size and shape, and they're both like ravine shaped lakes, like a V. And Lake Champlain, it might not be one of the Great Lakes, but it's huge. It's 100 miles long and 400 feet deep at the deepest points.
Right.
And so it could definitely, and the other key to it is it's got a huge population of landlocked salmon.
Oh,
it was
interesting.
Also at one point connected to, it's also got, here's where it really gets interesting. Lake Champlain at one point was connected to the ocean, and then got cut off from the ocean when the water receded, from the glaciers.
Okay.
So once the sea levels dropped, Lake Champlain then got cut off from the ocean, but it absolutely was connected to the ocean. I believe that's the same with Loch Ness in Scotland.
Right. Now,
so
aren't the climates similar? The climate would be similar to Scotland.
Exactly. Yep. That's the other thing. The climate is very similar to Scotland. Yep. Because of the longitude, the latitude. I forget which one it is. Whatever one runs horizontal across the Earth.
Right. Right. Yes.
If you're looking like north to south and east to west. Yeah.
Right. So, in your opinion, do you have any thoughts of what you think Loch Ness is exactly?
I believe it's very possible. I mean, I think...
No, what is it?
The Loch Ness monster is most likely a plesiosaur.
Okay.
Whereas I think Champ is most likely some type of, eel-like creature. I don't think they're the same type of creature. I think they're very different. That's my opinion, but that's what I believe.
Okay.
That's to the best of my ability. You know what I mean? Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that, if you were to ask me with a gun to my head, what is Loch Ness, I would say it's a plesiosaur, and I would say Champ is most likely some type of eel-like thing.
Okay. It's a gigantic eel.
That's what the evidence is most likely suggesting at this point, and that's what everybody seems to see. But there is a woman who claimed that she saw some type of plesiosaur creature that came up on the shore at some point in time up in Lake Champlain, but I don't necessarily believe that at all, because I believe the videos that I've seen plus what I've personally seen, and it did not look anything like what Loch Ness monster looks like at all, not even close. A plesiosaur is basically a marine reptile that existed, and we have fossil evidence of plesiosaurs. I mean, we have fossil evidence that goes back 100 million years of all sorts of dinosaurs. I mean, it's really incredible because we have all this fossil evidence. I mean, we have fossil evidence of the ancestor to Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops that were the size of chickens. and they just kept getting bigger and bigger and more armored and more powerful, and they just kept getting bigger, and they just kept exploiting each other's weaknesses, which made them get bigger. So with any like animal, the bigger it gets, the less it can be, the less chances of a predator going after it. I mean, that's why elephants are so big on the savannah, that lions can't eat them. It's just the way it works. It's just, they just keep getting bigger and bigger. It's like why hippos are so big. It's why rhinos are so big. So why moose are so big. Just as, these creatures just evolve and they get bigger and bigger, then they just have less and less predators to deal with. And so, that's just the way it works. It's just how evolution works. So, pretty simplistic in a way.
Right.
Get big and nothing can eat you.
Right. Yeah, I think you could apply that to a lot of different things in different areas. I think that you could apply that to many different stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's the same reason why women gravitate towards tall men. It's protection.
Right.
It's why women are attracted to tall men, because that's basically saying that, you're going to protect me from a shorter dude.
Right.
It's just the way it, it's just
yes.
It's just natural,
Yeah.
It's like the same reason why, if there's a really tall guy in a room, most men and women will gravitate towards that person. It's just, it's just it's fascination of, some giant dude, and protection, So it's the reason why, what's his face? John Wayne was so popular. John Wayne was, he's a big, gigantic actor, and even other famous actors gravitated towards him in a room. Everybody wanted to hang out and talk with John Wayne when he was in a room. Just big dude. It's probably the reason why, something. You know what I mean?
Like Zelensky. Yeah. Zelensky in Russia.
Yeah. Zelensky, if you can take Zelensky seriously, I don't. I think he's just was put in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you mean from Ukraine?
No, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Also,
Yep.
Let's see, the chat. It's I think we're okay. The chat saying they're having some issues, but it looks like Latina knows what we're saying, so it looks like we're still going. So, yeah. So basically, now tell me your thoughts on Bigfoot.
I believe if Bigfoot was real, we would have fossil evidence. We'd have fossil evidence. We'd have bone records. We'd have teeth records. We'd have hair records. In order for Bigfoot to exist, we would first need little Bigfoots. So, for instance, just like what I was saying about Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops, we have fossil evidence that goes all the way back hundreds of millions of years ago to the very start, when they were the size of chickens, and then they got bigger, and then they got bigger. But we have the fossil evidence that proves the whole lineage of Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops and all these other plants and animals that existed over 100 million years ago. Why do we have absolutely no proof of Bigfoot? We don't have any teeth, we don't have any hair, we don't have any bones, we have nothing. So I believe if Bigfoot does exist, Bigfoot was created in the lab by the government or another government or other governments as a chimera, as some type of human-animal hybrid, and they experimented with it, and then after they experimented with this in a laboratory, they set it free, or it escaped from a laboratory, or somebody in the laboratory decided to let it escape, and that's what people are seeing. I don't believe in this interdimensional hypothesis on it, because to me that just there would be so many other variables that would have to exist for something like that. I'm not saying that isn't possible. I would love to see that proof, but as far as I'm concerned, that just seems too far-fetched. There would be too many variables in that for that to exist. Whereas something like Mothman, that's possible, but I'm more inclined to believe it's some type of alien thing that comes and is attracted to chaos or disorder, and then it's somehow feeds off of people's misfortune or whatever. But as far as I'm concerned, Bigfoot very much could exist, but I think it was created in a laboratory because we do have like animal human hybrids on this planet right now. Like they have been created in laboratories. There's undoubtedly like governments or our government who have done this just because they can. Just like there's clones. There's absolutely human clones on this planet. It just is. And people can believe whatever they want, but our governments have created clones, and it's been going on for a long time. And
Right.
but I could be 100% wrong on that. I'm willing to understand that could be the opposite of what I believe, but that's what I think. I think a lot of the cases, it's basically rednecks in costumes, and they're bored and they want to bring attention to a certain area, or they're in a really recessed area and they don't have a lot of money. So if someone just dresses up in a Bigfoot costume and they scare a bunch of like people from out of town, then all of a sudden everybody gravitates to their town, and now they're selling like all sorts of crazy merchandise, and it's a pretty good scam if that's what they're doing. But in order for Bigfoot to exist, we would have to have little Bigfoots, as far as I'm concerned.
So you're saying,
because we have that of everything else.
Like there would be tinier Bigfoots, and then it would just keep on. And
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, every single dog on planet Earth, a dog breed that we have, evolved from wolves. There's not a single dog breed that we have that evolved from anything other than wolves. They didn't evolve from coyotes. They didn't evolve from foxes. They all came from wolves. So every breed of dog you'll ever see in your lifetime, well, at one point, if the lineage goes back, it evolves from a wolf.
Mm. Now, I believe that the Bigfoot thing is real because it seems like it does link to things that that were in the past, like with the different things from the Bible. I believe in that. That there's these Nephilims, there's these sons of Cain and stuff, and it does seem like there's evidence of the Bigfoot from like I don't know, there have been samples of the footprint, but do you think the samples of the footprint are real or not?
I think if I was wearing a 100-pound backpack and I decided to jump around with like some type of prosthetic feet, I could create that.
Okay.
I think if I was to like, I'm 6'2" and I'm almost 300 pounds. If I was wearing a 100-pound backpack and I was wearing some type of weird prosthetic feet thing, I could jump and create Bigfoot tracks.
Okay. So you think that it's like?
So I mean, I don't think it's that hard to do.
Yeah. So
I don't think I think like a guy who was like 6'6", who's 400 pounds and wearing a 100-pound backpack could create a track that looks like it was a 500-pound creature, no problem, without even trying that hard.
Right. And also, you see, now I think that it's real simply because now I could be wrong in my opinion, but it seems like these people were frightened because they were stalked by these things, and they were doing like not attacks, but people were approached and attacked by these things. So do you think that somebody, if it was fake, that they're pulling a prank? Because if it was all an inside joke, these people seem like they weren't expecting it to happen, and I could be wrong. But so what do you think that would be about?
Well, the guy that has but we've already it's been proven that a lot of this has been pranks. Like the guy that took those pictures out in California or whatever of Bigfoot, he got arrested a couple years after that for hoaxing Bigfoot. Like there's been tons of like Bigfoot hoaxes that have been exposed. There's been ones down in North Carolina that have been exposed as hoaxes. They supposedly had this Bigfoot in like a this like gigantic like refrigerator, and then it was like in the ice, and then they got paid all this money, and then they took off, and then when they thawed it out, it was like just nothing. It was a bunch of like fur and stuff. Like there's been all these like Bigfoot hoaxes that have been exposed as hoaxes. There's been tons of them. So I mean, if you just do the research on that, you'll see all the Bigfoot hoaxes that have already been proven to be hoaxes. There's been a whole bunch of them. At least like a dozen hoaxes have been proven.
Okay.
Related to Bigfoot.
Okay, and I'm glad that you pointed that out. And But as I said, I still believe that I believe that there's people that do hoaxes, and I'd feel the same way, and I could be wrong, but I do believe that there just needs to be, for me, more evidence and proof that every single one is a hoax. Yeah, go on.
I was gonna do a Bigfoot hoax to see what happens. When I was living up in the Round Lake area, I was gonna cause I do professional wood carving, so I was gonna carve some Bigfoot feet, and then put on like a 100-pound backpack, and then jump around in the snow near where my neighbors live, and then see what happens. And I'm sure like a bunch of news crews would have showed up after I had put enough tracks in the snow. I was gonna do it. I was gonna totally do it just to prove a point.
Yeah, but it could be faked.
I still might do it at some point. I mean, I'm not even. I just want to see how dumb people are. I really do. Like, it's really interesting to me because I want to see how much effort I'd have to put into creating a Bigfoot hoax. And then eventually I would probably tell people, but I wouldn't let them know it was me because the last thing I want to do is talk to the state troopers about that. But yeah, I would totally want to try it and see how much effort it would take for me to create a Bigfoot hoax. Yeah.
Okay, so how would you do?
Really fun.
How would you do the Bigfoot hoax?
I would just carve some Bigfoot feet out of wood, strap them onto some boots, and wear a 100-pound backpack and jump from like one footprint to another, and that would create a footprint that looked like whatever that thing was maybe 400 or 500 pounds.
Right. So who invented the story of Bigfoot? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, Bigfoot, there's a lot of different sightings, like, all over the world, like the Yeti, the abominable snowman, but where's the fossil evidence? I mean, like, show me the evidence, and I'll be 100% a Bigfoot believer. Like, me a tooth, show me a bone, show me some hair samples that proves that this creature existed. We have fossil evidence that goes back to hundreds of millions of years ago of all these, like, dinosaurs, all this unbelievable fossil evidence. It all exists in laboratories, in museums, and like all these different places in the world. We have all this evidence. I mean, you can go into the woods right now and start like fossil hunting, and you will find fossils of plants and animals that existed 100 million years ago.
Okay.
The evidence is there for you to dig up. But
in my opinion,
where's the evidence of Bigfoot? Where's the tooth? Where's the hair? Where's the bone?
I think, in my opinion, that it's basically that there's a lot of censorship, and if they did find these fossils, they're not going to show us because I believe there's censorship going on. And like what a chat was saying, that they feel that it's not right for you to punish people for believing in the Bigfoot thing. That they believe in that.
I'm not punishing anybody. I'm just saying, show me the proof. I mean, I'd like to believe, that I was 6 feet, I was 7 feet tall, but there's no proof of that. I mean, I would love to be, I'm 6'2", I'd love to be 7 feet tall. So, I mean, but when I die, my fossil evidence will prove that I was 6'2".
Right.
I mean, that's just
and I would feel the same way. And also, another thing is that it comes from the Native American stories. They talked about a Bigfoot creature, and also in Mongolia and Asia, before we came here. So how would that be explained?
Because Native Americans didn't have a written language. Native Americans had absolutely no written language whatsoever. Native Americans needed white people to come to North America to actually record their history. Native Americans had sign language, but they had no written language, which means that everything Native American lore is word of mouth from one person to another. Have you ever played that game where you whisper something in someone's ear, then they whisper it in another person's ear, and then about 10 people down the line, you have absolutely nothing related to what the person first said to that first person? It's not even close to what the first person said. So you're talking about almost 1,000 generations, and supposedly any of that information exists, is even close to. I mean, if you look at North American lore, like in the Midwest, they basically say that their ancestors sprung up from the grass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the same thing in Africa. Africans didn't have a written language. There was a language, but it wasn't written. So, none of their ancestry was written down. None of it. Like, how can we believe any of it when there's no actual recorded history? It's all verbal.
Okay, now I'm a little bit confused here because I looked it up to make sure, and it is true. I remember from school that there were Native American languages, though. So how does that? I'm a
There
little
was
bit.
language, but no written language. Absolutely no evidence of a written language in Native. There's no written language related to Native Americans. None whatsoever. Absolutely zero.
So can we prove for sure that there absolutely wasn't?
Look it up. Just Google search it. You'll see that there was never a written language. The Mayans had a written language. The Aztecs have a written language. Just per se, there's absolutely no Native American written language that has ever existed on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Just Google it. You'll see. You'll find it in 2 seconds on a Google search.
It says, let's see, the written Cherokee would be the
Aztec.
I'm reading something here. I'm reading out loud. See what this says. Written Cherokee would be the first written symbolic form of Native American language. What makes this such an impressive feat is that the Sequoiai did not read or write at all, like you said. Created a written language.
Yeah.
They created a written language in 1821, right? And he was ready to publicly reveal the Cherokee writings for the first time. So it seems like there was something there, and what you said was right. It seems like a combination of things, but no, I believe that they did have these stories of these Sasquatch creatures in their culture, and that we were able to come over here and help them like interpret it better. And also in Mongolia, there's these creatures that existed there, and the Yeti. So I do believe, even if we don't have the fossil evidence, perhaps there is. We either haven't found it, or perhaps that they're hiding it from us. But we can't really disprove that it doesn't exist either completely, in my opinion.
It's not that right now. It's not about disproving it. It's how do you prove it. Here's where when people talk about evolution, it's not about proving whether human evolution existed. It's how do you disprove it. We have the fossil evidence that goes all the way back to Australopithecus, where we literally where apes eventually came down out of the trees and started to walk upright.
Mm-hmm.
To modern man. We have the fossil evidence. Between Lucy 13 that was found in Ethiopia. We have the fossil evidence. We have there is no more missing links. We have the fossil evidence that proves that apes eventually walked upright and then turned into modern man. And we also have a lot of sub-branches. We have Homo florentines and Homo erectus. We have the fossil evidence of all of this. It's not even about how do you prove it. It's about how do you disprove it. So until somebody can prove either a bone fragment, a tooth fragment, or show me some hair, I don't need to prove it. It's like they need to prove it. The evidence needs to come from that direction before I need to disprove it.
Right. I see your position is understood. And now, what is the transition from like a bat? Like, was there something like a rat-like looking bat, and then it transformed into the bat we see today? Is that how it worked?
It's pretty simple. Here's how it works. Every single insect that has existed on planet Earth eventually, at one point, originated from sea scorpions that came out of the ocean. So there's two lineages that come out of the ocean. You've got sea scorpions and fish. The fish eventually developed lungs and were able to come out of the water at short periods of time. Fish evolved into amphibians. Amphibians evolved into reptiles. Reptiles evolved into mammals. And I should also say that dinosaurs came from reptiles. Those reptiles eventually developed a special type of hip bone when they were about the size of chickens. Some of them, not all of them, because every time there's a lineage that goes in another direction, there's still those existing ones that go in a different direction. So every dinosaur that has ever evolved from this one specific type of dinosaur that had a very specific hip bone, and then they went in different directions, and every bird on planet Earth evolved from dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, birds are basically dinosaurs. And there's no exception to this rule. None. None whatsoever. So every single insect that has ever walked the face of the earth came eventually, if you go far enough back, you can see that their origin is from sea scorpions that came out of the ocean. Every single mammal that has ever existed on planet Earth came from fish.
Okay. Thanks for explaining that. Now, Chat and I were thinking that maybe they want to hide the written language of the Native Americans to say that they were savages and maybe easier to wipe them out. What do you think of that? Is that it could be a possibility?
People don't want to know the truth about Native Americans. Native Americans were raping and killing each other for hundreds of moons before white people ever came to this country.
Okay.
We have evidence that Native Americans were raping and eating each other for thousands of years before white people ever showed up on North America.
No, I know that they're fighting each other.
We have the evidence of that.
No, I know they're fighting each other. It
Well,
wasn't
not only fighting each other, but they were trying to exterminate each other.
I know about that. And we came here and made our country here. No, that's understood. It's not about that part. It's about, and I love the country we have here. We have electricity and stuff. And especially like with the Comanche Indians that did all that in Texas. I don't know if you heard of them. But basically...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they were fighting each other even when they were about to be exterminated by the U.S. government. They were still fighting each other.
Right.
When they came out of the Black Hills, they were still fighting each other.
Right.
Completely. They were trying to totally wipe each other out as they were trying to fight the U.S. Army.
Now,
it's unbelievable. They didn't get together until right before they were about to be exterminated.
But I do think that it's possible that their language, that could have been hidden or taken away, in my opinion, and they didn't want them to know that. But you go on.
It's pretty simple. I mean, if you look at like Egyptian writing, I mean, it was recorded on paper, like evidence, or it was recorded on stone. We have all these languages. We have all the artifacts from these languages, but yet we haven't found a single artifact of a Native American language that has ever existed. Ever. There's zero evidence of it.
Could have it been destroyed?
The article you were reading, to me, I don't.
Could have.
But how can stone be destroyed?
Well, I mean, stone could be crushed.
Stone doesn't get destroyed.
But now, did they use stone? Do we know if they?
If you look in their lore doesn't exist. They don't have any lore that also ties back to a language. They didn't speak. They didn't when white people showed up in North America, Native Americans were dragging objects tied to sticks.
Okay.
They were traveling by dragging things, and even when the carriage, when horse and carriage showed up, they still obligated to drag things. They weren't They were speaking to each other in languages, absolutely, 100%. They were also the whole reason why sign language existed is because there was no universal language amongst Native Americans. So if you were one tribe and you couldn't communicate with another tribe, the only way through language, the only way you could communicate with another tribe was through sign language. That's why sign language existed, because there was no universal language.
Right. Now,
so American Sign Language originates from Native American Sign Language.
Okay, if they did sign language, could have they communicated these things about the Sasquatch thing they were seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. But where's the proof of that? You got to show me some proof. I mean, I have a megalodon tooth that my father found up in the Adirondacks, and it's approximately 4 inches in diameter. And if you wanted to, you can go on the internet right now and buy one. I mean, there's hundreds and thousands of them available right now. If you go on eBay, I mean, I shouldn't say hundreds of thousands, but you could go on eBay right now and choose between at least 100 different megalodon teeth you could buy that are about 4 inches in length. That shark was the size of a greyhound bus. It was 100 feet in length. And you could go on the internet right now on eBay, and you could have a choice of maybe 100 different ones if you wanted to, that you could buy for $400 or less.
Mm-hmm.
I could buy dinosaur bones right now if I had enough money. I could buy meteors from other planets. Or not from other planets, but from outer space that crashed into Earth if I wanted to. I have a meteor, a little piece of a meteor. I mean, You could put all this stuff in my hand, and I could say, oh yeah, pretty cool. Well, put something in my hand that allows me to see Bigfoot, like a tooth of Bigfoot, a bone of Bigfoot, a hair of Bigfoot. I would absolutely love to believe in Bigfoot, but I can't allow myself to because there's no evidence of it.
I know.
Maybe it's being hidden somewhere.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's very possible.
Right. But
That's
I understand.
Why I believe if Bigfoot existed, it's a chimera.
That you just don't have like the personal evidence to confirm that it's real because there's nothing to been proven that it is real for you to believe it.
I have no fear of Bigfoot. Because
No, I didn't say fear. I said like you don't like. There's not enough evidence.
You could put me in a spot where they've supposedly seen 10 Bigfoot, and I would have no fear of Bigfoot because I just would be more frightened of a bear attacking me than being in an area where there possibly is a Bigfoot.
Right, and
real until there's fossil evidence to prove that it's real. So we have fossil evidence of everything. That's how we know dinosaurs. Like up until 100 years ago, let's say up until 200 years ago, most people didn't even know what a dinosaur was. That's what's so amazing about this. 200 years ago, you could speak to 100 people, and they wouldn't even know what the word dinosaur is.
Right. Now, I will say about the country people that I know them, and there are, good and bad people everywhere, but I don't think, and now I'm not saying every single story that people say about Bigfoot, but the ones that I hear about and the ones that I saw, these people are not bored or trying to make up something for money for their town, but they generally they feel they were attacked, like say if someone saw the Mothman or the sighting you saw in the water, that they felt that they saw something like that. Somebody could have been wearing a costume, that's possible, and they weren't aware, or perhaps it really is out there, but I know you just haven't had the personal confirmation that it's real. That's understood. But these people, in my opinion, are not making this
hoaxes. There's at least, you could look up on the internet right now of at least a dozen hoaxes in the United States have been proven hoaxes. 100% emphatically a proven hoax related to Bigfoot.
I know, but there's hoaxes about a lot of things, like
years ago.
Aliens or whatever. Like there's hoaxes with all kinds of things. It doesn't mean though that it isn't real.
We have alien technology.
No, I know.
Every time you use an LED,
I know. We both know that. All right. I'm just saying, like, people can hoax all kinds of things, but it doesn't mean that there aren't actual Bigfoot sightings. And I will say, like what ABL said, like when there's something that happens, like say some a racist hoax, it would discredit people that are actually having maybe a racist moment or someone's racist to them. In the same way, if there's a hoax about something, that's how they can they discredit all of us conspiracy theorists. We could all agree on that by enlarging these events that are fake to make it look like they're all fake, but perhaps some may be real. I'm saying may be real in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. But I understand there's a lot of Bigfoot hoaxes.
I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying if it's real, it's most likely it was created in a laboratory and set loose.
All right.
For whatever reason.
Yes.
Because there's no fossil evidence of it. In order for Bigfoot to exist, we would need fossil evidence of little Bigfoot. Bigfoot, like a creature can't just spring up and be 7 feet tall. It would have to be first 6 inches tall, then 1 foot tall, then 2 feet tall, then 3 feet tall, then 4 feet tall, then 5 feet tall. It just doesn't happen like that. There's never been any evidence in the fossil record of any creature on planet Earth that just all of a sudden was 7 feet tall or all of a sudden was 5 feet in length or 10 feet in length. It just doesn't exist. Like, in order for deer to exist in North America, there had to be these little tiny creatures that have, like, the ancestor of the blue whale was a shrew that lived in a tree that was the size of a mouse.
Okay.
We have that. We have the evidence that the biggest animal on planet Earth, a blue whale, at one point was the size of a mouse that lived in a tree, that nibbled on things. So then eventually the shrew got bigger and went into the water and then it became Ambulocetus. And Ambulocetus was a creature that was feeding on, it was a predatory creature that was feeding on marine animals. And then it just got bigger and bigger and bigger and eventually evolved into the blue whale that feeds on plankton. But we have the evidence of all this. We can emphatically prove that the ancestor of a blue whale was a shrew that lived in a tree.
Okay, and as I said, in my opinion, as you know, I believe that God created everything, and I don't know about every single detail about how that was done, but I believe He created people like the way the Bible says. But I also like to hear your thoughts, which is
I
a little
think
bit
that's
of a different.
absolutely ridiculous, because it's just like the Bible is basically saying that the Earth is 6,000 years old. The Earth, if the Earth was 6,000 years old, there wouldn't be a single rock formation, there wouldn't be a single rock, there wouldn't be a single fossil that would exist on planet Earth. So if that's true, then the fossil evidence that exists would be the most incredible hoax that the universe could ever surmount.
Okay.
So I don't know how that could possibly be true, because rocks form, like, for a rock to be created takes millions of years. So how could that possibly be created in 6,000 years? It's just not possible.
Well, so I don't. So where did you get the impression that it said 6,000 years exactly?
I've read the Old Testament. I've read the New Testament.
I know.
I've read the Quran. 6,000 years is what the Old Testament concludes the age of the Earth is approximately 6,000 years. 6,000 years old if you look at the Old Testament.
Okay, I'll look into that for myself because I wasn't aware that it said that. But right, I understand your point, and also I would wonder about the link between with bats. Like, are there different like a rat looking bat and then like a regular looking bat?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
cause
absolutely.
there's different
Bats are
transitions.
just flying mammals.
And
yeah, and we also at one point we had flying reptiles. That's what plesiosaurs or pterosaurs were flying reptiles. They weren't dinosaurs. They were flying reptiles. Just like we had marine reptiles that people think were dinosaurs. They weren't dinosaurs. They were marine reptiles. They never originated from that lineage of reptiles that turned into dinosaurs with that specific hip bone. That's where all dinosaurs originate, from this one dinosaur with a very specific hip bone that was about the size of a chicken. I don't know offhand what the name of that dinosaur was, but every dinosaur that ever existed from that one specific reptile that turned into a dinosaur with that specific hip bone. Every single one originates from that one, and we can prove it because we have the fossil evidence to prove that.
okay, and also, so tell me with the Bigfoot. Yeah, so basically, yeah, I think that not every situation is faking it. I think that basically that there's some people that may be faking the sighting, and other people are really seeing a creature, but I understand that you're thinking that it's not really there because there's no evidence for it. But remember that it also couldn't be disproven either, technically, in a certain sense. But I understand that's not to confirm that it's real, though, which I believe it is. I'm just saying that you could also flip it around and say there's no evidence to totally disprove it either.
I mean, I've been side by side with people who've told me they've seen something. It just seems, they told me their description of what they saw was so absolutely ridiculous. It's just laughable to me. I mean, I have, with my contacts in, I have 20/10 vision in both eyes. And so when I'm at work, I'll see things up on the ceiling in broken pieces of metal and stuff, or I'll see somebody from a distance and they won't even recognize me as a person. They won't even recognize my face until I get about 20 feet away from them. And I can see them from 100 yards away and recognize who they are. I mean, people have my vision without contacts is what is it? It's negative 225.
So you're part lizard alien. You're part lizard alien. You're part lizard alien then.
Well, yeah.
It's a joke.
I mean, here's the thing.
A joke.
If you we are reptilian. We come from fish that eventually evolved into amphibians, and amphibians evolved into reptiles. Reptiles eventually evolved into mammals. There was also, most people don't realize this, but dinosaurs weren't cold-blooded. A lot of the dinosaurs were warm-blooded, not warm-blooded, cool-blooded is how they refer to it. that dinosaurs, they move too fast, that we have evidence of them moving too quickly for them to be cold-blooded. So they were like cool-blooded. Here's where it really gets interesting. If we took like a human fetus that was like maybe like 6 weeks old and you put it up against like any other animal on planet Earth, you wouldn't even be able to differentiate between a human fetus and an animal fetus. You could not tell the difference between a chicken fetus and a human fetus at like 6 weeks old. You would actually pick. Actually, the chicken fetus evolves faster than the human fetus, so you would probably pick the chicken over the human as being human, because it had more characteristics of an animal than a human fetus. So it's like, all right, I really don't want to attack religion, but it's like, if it was true that like we did not evolve, then why aren't babies look like little midget people in the womb? Like, why don't they look like little tiny midget babies? They don't. They look like fetuses. They have tails. They have a reptilian tail. Like, if you look at the human fetus through all the stages, it basically has a tail up until about the last like 2 months of evolving in the womb. It has a reptilian tail. Like, we have a tail. We have a tailbone. Like, if you look at our skeleton, why do we have a tail? Like, why does every animal on planet Earth have 5 fingers and 5 toes? Everything. It has arms and legs and toes.
I've heard that the scientists were saying that a little while back, that we all just came into existence all at once, and that the evolution theory wasn't as true as we thought. And I would have to go back and get the information for you. But yeah, so there's evidence that goes against the evolution theory, and it would be a gigantic hoax, in a sense that it would be a largest fabricated hoax in history, like you said.
I believe that whoever those scientists are, they're like the same blue-haired freak shows that are trying to tell you that men are women and women are men. I mean, it's the most ridiculous thing ever. It's like trying to tell me that like an XY human being is a woman, or an XX human being is a man. That's the most ridiculous thing that you could possibly offer as some type of like scientific evidence. I mean,
now
at my job, like one of my bosses, he was trying to tell me like about 2 months ago that there's 3 different human types, 3, and 7 different human personalities. And I just started laughing. I mean, I just had a laugh in his face. Like, this is the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, all there is XY, which is male, XX, which is female, and then there's XXY, which is a genetic disorder.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically a woman or a man. Well, I should say it's more of a man with female characteristics. It's a man who has a genetic disorder, and they develop breasts, and they don't have as much testosterone as a normal man would. But it's a genetic disorder. It's the same thing. If I was born with only one arm, I couldn't start saying that, well, humans are now like on the spectrum of one arm. Human is normal. No, it's a genetic disorder. Like, if I'm born with only one leg, it was a genetic disorder. Something happened in utero that went in a direction. It was a genetic problem. Something with,
now
it's not normal.
Let's say like with televisions. Now, in computers, I like computers. And say like the radios and different things. Now, and it's like evolved over time into like what we have today.
Sure.
Now, those things were individually created, though. Like, they were created, like an old TV, a new TV, something individually created it. The TVs didn't evolve from each other. They're individually created. So something may look like it came from the other, but that's a perspective that I have about it.
Well, you're talking about technology so in order for you to have your really nice flat screen TV with like a bazillion pixels in it, there had to be technology for something else. Like, a guy just didn't create like a plasma screen, right? Mm. I mean, it didn't go from like nothing to like the plasma. You know what I mean? It just there was a lineage, there was a history of technology that existed. Right?
Right.
In order, like, to me, it's the most amazing thing. Like everybody really likes texting each other, but imagine if when phones were first created, if there was no voice. Like imagine if when phones were first developing, cell phones were first developing, you couldn't hear someone's voice. All you could do was text them, and then years later, eventually, people were able to hear another person's voice. People would be less inclined to text each other. They'd be like, "Oh my God, there's this new technology, and we don't have to type anymore. We can actually call the person and hear their voice. You can hear their voice." So if you think about it the opposite way around, like everybody would be more inclined to call each other than text each other if that was new technology. But the technology originated from voice technology, and then went into more, different directions, including texting.
Yeah, but that was just an analogy about the evolution. Now that was a little bit. I went there, and I did want to also do that on another call. But we could still talk about that. But I want to get back to the other thing, and I will have other shows where we'll talk and have audience. This thing I was talking about the Mongolians. So this thing in Caucasian folklore, the Almas, is a cryptid creature that inhabited the Caucasus, and like the Mongolian people and those Asian people, in the Mongolian and the Turkic languages, and that it says that we were told that it had a flat face like that of a human being, that it often walked on two legs, and its body was covered with thick black fur, and its feet armed with enormous claws, and its strength was terrible, that not only were hunters afraid of attacking it, but the inhabitants removed their habitations from these parts in the country where it visited. So this is where they had a language, they had written language, they had all this stuff, and they're recording that they saw a Bigfoot type creature. And I will say, when the Americans came here, our ancestors, some of my ancestors and my cousins especially, when they settled this place, they would say they did help the Native Americans do whatever. They told them the stories of things that they were seeing, so we were there with them, and they both saw the same thing. And it also, they're like, oh yeah, our ancestors also saw this thing too. So that's my thing about the evidence and proof of it from the other civilizations, and also in South America, down there where the Mayans and stuff are, in Musquetia, there is this giant monkey god type creature there. So there is in other civilizations about the Bigfoot thing, but as I said, I don't have the fossil evidence to show you it though.
Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely love to believe that. So, but I can't allow myself to believe that.
Okay, that's fine. I have the while you were talking, I was getting the stuff together. So yeah, so that puts the point, and maybe.
But these are all stories.
I
They're
know.
All just again, stories.
But
like
they're stories.
I could
But
just
what
make
you
up a
said
story about anything,
what
and then
you
100
said,
years from now, until
the stuff. Although people can make up things to me, like me, people can make up something. I'd rather believe a made-up story. Like ABL was all upset about how he believed that the black woman was really captured by the red-haired white man. But I would rather so when people feel stupid.
Okay, perfect example. That's a great example.
Yeah, but
why did she do that?
But
why did she do that?
No, I'll get to that in a moment. I want to finish my statement. I'm going to finish about the other thing I was saying, and I'll get to that point. And I know what it's about to go to. But basically, I would rather believe someone if they're lying and I found out later than them being true and correct and them never being believed and they really did see something. So I don't care if I'm seen as stupid or something. I don't care if people think I'm very, confident myself and the truth will just come out later. But that lady, yeah, she did it because she wanted attention, wealth, or whatever, or was crazy or something. And you could say your point.
When I was a kid, back in the 80s, there was a saying that I used to hear all the time. My father used to tell me this all the time. He would say, believe half of what you see and nothing of what you hear.
Okay. Understood.
And that's, if I think about all the fake news and all these things that have taken place and all these hoaxes, if I had just kept that in my back of my head and just remembered what my father had told me numerous times, I wouldn't have fallen for so many of the, just the things that have been proven to be emphatically incorrect.
Okay, I'm glad that you brought that up and you came out about that, because, and I understand there's a lot of people that are making up hoaxes and things. And I know in your family, and I don't know, I know your brother passed away from cancer, unfortunately. I think you told me. I could be wrong about that, but I believe
No, well, no, my brother didn't pass away. My brother had cancer, but he didn't pass away.
Oh, good. I
My
thought he
brother
died
had
of
Hodgkin's
cancer.
lymphoma.
Okay.
No, he had Hodgkin's lymphoma. He almost died. He was very close to, like, he had like a 40% chance when he was diagnosed. He had Hodgkin's lymphoma.
So that I in your family, is very important, and especially with your story and what happened. But with me, like my friend at the school, he was talking about these aliens and things that clearly there's something there, and he was not believed, and this guy was mocked, and he was seen as an outcast. But I decided to believe him, and about the planet 10 Nibiru, and it really is something there. And I was just like, I am confident where, okay, there's a lot of people that are making up hoaxes and things. That's on them. If they want to make up something and mislead people, that's on them, not me. It was them that were tricking people, like a murderer or something would do. But with me, there are those stories that are true. Like I believe that there's Appalachian stories of the Bigfoot thing is true, and not all of them are just trying to get attention. And there's very good people out there that are from there that are just educated people like us, even if their accent is different. So that's my philosophy. So, and to not, both of us, all of us to agree to not be too dogmatic on views, and to be okay with maybe being flexible, and maybe you're set in your ways, and that's okay. But that's just my thoughts and opinions about that.
I think people will do anything for attention. I mean, my father's a pathological liar. I've
Yeah.
seen my father just tell people absolute stories that are complete bullshit. Like,
See,
right to my and
I
he
see
knows that,
you're-
like, I
I
know
don't have to
what
mean-
he's
I didn't
saying
mean to
is
interrupt you.
complete nonsense.
Go on. No, you go on. I interrupted you.
Yeah.
You go on. Go on.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, like, I've seen people tell stories and they're trying to tell a story of an event that took place right when I was there. And I'm like, I'm just looking like in absolute disbelief. Like, how could they possibly? Yeah, an incredible story will get you an incredible amount of attention, and it feels good at the moment, but it doesn't mean that any of it took place. It doesn't mean any of it's actually real. I'd love to believe in Bigfoot. I would absolutely love to believe in Bigfoot. I would be so happy if Bigfoot existed, and it very well could. But where is the evidence of it? I mean, for people to just blindly believe in things, to me, it just seems absolutely unbelievable.
I see.
That's the most
Yeah.
unbelievable part. For people to just blindly believe in things that they have absolutely no evidence to conclude whatsoever that anything what they're saying is true.
Okay. So, and look, you and I went through two different things. We both agree on that, and that this led us to have two different type of philosophies on how we view the world.
Okay.
And how basically, and look, I never met my dad in person. He's in England, and he was not in my sister's life or my life because he wanted to drink and have fun, and he has some personal problems. So I had a deplorable relationship with my dad. But later on, like, and I talk from a distance, and he's very nice to me. But yeah, so I can understand the family trauma. But as I said, there is these people that literally went through these situations, and for you would I would have to go through this or see a fossil or something, and if I can try to find some kind of a fossil or something, I'll bring it up and make a video about it. But like, I show you from these accounts from people, the same people that also talk about these other aliens and sightings that we know and see, that there's some kind of
But
Bigfoot creature that exists. Okay, go on.
There is evidence that the government is hiding from us that aliens do exist.
Right.
We have alien technology. Anytime you use an LED, that's alien technology.
Right.
Like, we have the evidence of aliens. It's just, the government won't release it to us. But
Right. Right. Go on.
they don't, unless they're hiding the evidence of Bigfoot, which is very possible.
Okay.
I believe that Bigfoot, if it exists, it must be a chimera that was created in a laboratory, because there's other chimeras, human-animal hybrids, that have been created in laboratories by different, like, nefarious governments, including our own. Like, there are clones. There are clones walking on planet Earth right now as we have this conversation. Human clones. They've taken human DNA and cloned it. They can clone sheep. They can clone this. They can clone that. You don't think that they've cloned humans? You don't think that they've taken some type of, like, human and crossed it with some type of animal species and created some type of weird monster creature? Absolutely, they have. And so maybe it got turned loose into some environment, and that thing is running around terrorizing people. Absolutely, I believe that's possible. But in order for Bigfoot to exist, there would first have to be little big feet, if it was natural.
Okay. And in your opinion,
natural.
right? In your opinion, and that's understood.
No, that's the proof of every single animal that's ever existed on planet Earth. It first started small and got bigger and bigger and bigger.
I know, but
It's
there's
just
no linking creature with the bats. There's no creature that links a bat to something else, in my opinion.
Absolutely, there is. There is absolutely 100% proof that bats evolved from rodents. Bats are rodents. Absolutely. You can look it up right now. Google the origin of bat, and you will find that it originates from mammals that are related to mice and rats.
No, I understand.
Absolutely, 100%.
And I've seen that, and I feel the same way. But they're saying there's no evidence of a fossil that's like a rat with like bat wings in the sense that the transition animal, we haven't either found it or it's not there. I saw a documentary about it, and now I could be wrong. There could be some new evidence for that, but that there wasn't a linking
Why don't
animal.
you just do a quick Google search and see if that's still correct? Because I don't believe that's correct.
Okay.
I don't have any proof that proves that's incorrect, but I think if you did a quick Google search, you could find the origin of bats come from rats or mice. Absolutely 100%.
All right. And I want to rewatch that documentary again because there's some other interesting information. But
a documentary is only one perspective of something. It's just a perspective of one scientist.
Just like you're a perspective, you're one perspective. That's another perspective. But I get your point. But I'm just saying I like seeing the different perspectives.
I mean, you can talk to blue-haired, freakish people that have PhDs right now that will tell you a man is a woman and a woman is a man.
No, I understand.
There's people right now with PhDs trying to convince people that if you have XY chromosomes, you're a woman. It's the most ridiculous thing that, okay.
Okay, go on.
If you look at our history of humans, you had the Dark Ages, then you had the Renaissance age. 100 to 200 years from now, they're going to look back at this time period and they're going to say, these people were living in the age of delusion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, understood. And
they're going to say they were so delusional that they actually believed a man could be a woman and a woman could be a man.
I know, and we could both agree that that's absurd.
It's the most absurd thing that has ever existed in the history of human beings. To believe that a man is a woman and a woman is a man.
Right. Now, what do you think caused those people to think that?
It's simple. They have mental illness. I mean, mental illness will cause people to believe anything. I mean, if you have like schizophrenia, you believe that you hear voices, and those voices are real. It's just a bunch of weird chemicals going on in your brain. If we pumped you full of enough chemicals, you would hear voices. You would become schizophrenic.
Okay.
I mean, if we just changed your brain chemistry enough, you would become a schizophrenic.
Right.
You would hear voices. You would think the TV is talking to you. You would think the radio is talking to you. You would think the blender or the toaster is talking to you. But it's just a chemical imbalance.
Imagine, like, you gotta come over here and, like open up my head and just rewire some things, and I'm like, my TV's telling me I'm Winnie the Pooh.
Exactly. It wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't even be that hard. All we have to do is change your brain chemistry enough, and I could tell you anything and make you believe anything I wanted to.
Right.
It's a technology is to the point right now where I honestly do believe they could project, like, I do believe there's technology we could project some type of, like, radio wave or some type of, like, sonic wave at you, and you would start hearing voices in your head, and you would be convinced those voices were not coming from inside your head or coming from this technology, but coming from, like God was talking to you, or the toaster was talking to you, or the TV set was talking to you. You would be emphatically inclined to believe that all of this was real.
Okay. Now, I'm wearing the bat's origin, and it says photogenetic and geographic origins of bats is unknown. Google says this.
That's very possible. With somehow we have that a broken fossil evidence or lineage of fossil evidence. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I'll have to look that up at some point because I would definitely like to research that. I had no idea that existed.
And okay, and as I said, that also with the supernatural world, it's comparing apples to oranges. Like, say, like in my opinion, like I'm going to talk about God again, and this has to do with the supernatural beings as well. That say something like God would exist out of time, place, and space, and out of a finite world, including these other beings these strange beings, these supernatural beings. So it's hard for us to grasp these other beings and entities because we're viewing it from our finite perspective. And also I believe the science community has been lying to us for many years, and they want profit from stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised, in my opinion, if they were lying about the evolution or things like that, and about Bigfoot. Now that was a whole salad of different things. Okay, but those are my thoughts on that stuff. You can respond.
Yeah,
when you're ready.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Yeah, I mean everybody's entitled to their opinion as far as I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but like Jesus, Jesus's mother, Mary, had supposedly never had sex with a man. There's the first emperor of China, Hong Di, his mother never had sex with a man. He invented the compass. He was the first person to create the Chinese written language.
Okay.
He also constructed the Great Wall of China.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I take like these different people, like Jesus, like Moses, like Hong Di,
mm-hmm.
I think they were inseminated by aliens. I truly believe that their mothers were inseminated by aliens, and
mm-hmm.
they were extraterrestrials, basically.
Okay. Now, in my opinion,
there's a lot of other cultures that have similar accounts of people who mothers were never had sex with a human being.
Right, and also. Now, what alien... Do you know, like, the different alien species where you think they could come from, in your opinion?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's got to be... Like, if you look at the Canadian Prime Minister, the ex-Canadian... Not Prime Minister, the ex-Canadian Defense Minister, I forget what his name is offhand, he was saying there's over 100... different species of aliens that have come to planet Earth, and I believe that. That sounds about right. At least 100.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you look at how many stars are in our known universe, there's more stars in the universe than there are grains of sand on planet Earth right now. More stars than grains of sand that are on planet Earth, which is... It's a number that's just like astronomical. You can't even comprehend how much that is. Mm-hmm. So even if just a couple of those stars, a couple of those grains of sand had planets similar to ours, that we would have life.
Okay.
So the possibility, it's like this. If I gave you like 100 trillion lottery tickets, how many times would you win the lottery?
I understand.
Probably more than once.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
So the possibility is extremely possible.
Right now, and
so for us to think that that Earth is the only planet in the universe with life is just, to me, is just absurd.
Right.
But it could be. That very well could be.
Right. And now my opinion, as you know, I believe, the Trinity and God. Although I became Protestant later, we both grew up in the Catholic Church. And you know what my beliefs are, and also so you already know about that. But that's how I think that happened. But I think the other births with the their women, like they didn't have sex with a man. That's interesting. Like the Emperor of China, I didn't know that. I learned something new. But I do like understand, like, in your life you went through some hardships and stuff. Of if I'm wrong, you could correct
But
me.
it has nothing to do with my life. It has to do with I could have lived like in a cage in the woods somewhere, and I would still have the same opinion about actual evidence.
Okay, so you're saying like it wouldn't have changed your if you went through something differently, you would feel the same way.
Yeah, because if you look at like actual evidence, like I don't know how people can just blindly believe things. It doesn't mean that it's like I would love to.
I'm not blindly
that,
believing.
like,
I'm very certain about like proof and evidence for like what I believe. Like I'm not blindly believing it. In my opinion, I don't know about other
but
people.
the Bible is it's just like there's so many like the things I could disprove about the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quran. There's so many things in that are so easily disproven. Like to me, the Bible is the original, really old fake news. Like there's so many things in there that just absolutely make no sense. All right, so let me ask you this: do you honestly believe that in Noah, like that Noah created a ship and he put all the animals on a ship, and then the ocean, like there was a gigantic flood, and then after the flood, he let all the animals out of the ark, and all those animals then inhabited all the different places on planet Earth. Do you believe that?
There's in Turkey, there's like the crater where the ark was at one time. There's like a physical place where the crater was, like where the ark was.
In a ship?
Yeah, they found the ark.
You really believe that ship harbored every animal and every insect on planet Earth, and then all of a sudden, all those just decided to go repopulate the Earth after the water resided?
I believe after that's what happened, and I do also understand that there is evidence of the flooding, and especially another theory about how it was a Pangea.
Yes, flooding and ships.
No, but when they broke apart, the lands broke apart, and they became different places. That's why in the Gulf of Mexico there's so much fossils of dinosaurs and different things there, because of that flood, and also the sediment layers. All those different things that are there were from that great flood, in my opinion.
Yes, there was floods and there's different shipwrecks, but there's no proof that all these animals were put on a boat and then that boat sailed
not that
around
it
for,
was
100
disproven
days,
either.
and then...
Not that it was disproven. You can't really disprove it
It's
either.
not about disproving it. You would first have to prove something before you can disprove it.
Well, you're saying it's not real because you can't prove it, but it can't be not real because you can't disprove it. Like you could view it both ways.
You just said it. You can't prove it, so I don't need to disprove it. Like what you're saying is like you're saying to me, well, how would I explain that? I would say like, okay, you're saying basically like there was a guy that was 100 feet tall, and I say okay, and then I say, why do you believe that? And you say just because there was a story that says there was a guy who was 100 feet tall, and I say.
It's kind of like a straw man
and then you say,
argument.
well, disprove that 100-foot tall person existed. And that's laughable to me because I don't have to disprove it. I would say, well, first you have to prove it.
No,
and
I
if you
understand.
walk away and laughed about that, I would say, wow, that person's crazy. I would say that person's absolutely absurd.
No, I agree that
He
that
actually believes
statement
a
would be
100-foot man
absurd.
with no proof.
That statement, I would agree. I agree with you that statement without any evidence or proof would be absurd unless there was some kind of something that happened.
I would say that person has mental illness. I would walk away and say,
that
wow,
caused
that
them
person needs to go,
that they saw some kind of fossil or they saw some kind of evidence for it or they were changed in some kind of way by that. But in the straw man situation, like the straw man argument you're saying, like I do agree that would sound foolish. Now, why would someone want to have a story like that?
I would say that person's got some really screwed up brain chemistry. I would walk
agree.
away from you and I would say,
I'd agree.
Say you have some really screwed up brain. I say if we cut your brain open, we could see how screwed up your brain chemistry is.
Right.
We could prove that. We could prove that you have a chemical imbalance in your brain that it lets you believe that there was a 100-foot person that walked around, and that you're basically telling me that I don't believe in it, that I'm crazy, and I'd be like, yeah, crazy people tell other people they're crazy. It happens all the time.
Like right now, you're telling me I'm crazy?
We're living in a country where. No, I'm saying we live in a country where half the people believe that Joe Biden won the election.
Oh, I know.
Half the people believe in fake news. I mean, I can go to my mom's house right now, and she's if I would go to my mom's house tomorrow, at some point she's going to watch CBS.
Right.
Fake news. She went from watching CNN. She got discouraged at CNN because she found out that CNN was lying at some point, and then she decided to go from fake news to faker news. Now she watches CBS.
Oh yeah, I have family members that are like that, and I remember you're telling one time how it's like our parents may have been a certain way, but then we want to be not like how they were and improve. Am I correct?
I think we choose our parents for their absolute weaknesses. We choose our parents for their absolute flaws because we can become masters of their weaknesses. So if you want to understand why you chose your parents, all you have to do is understand what they were absolutely atrocious at, what they were most horrible at in their learning process, and then realize because you chose that person, you chose to become a master of their weaknesses.
Understood.
So it's pretty simple with my mom. It's criticism of everyone and everything. It's always criticism, but that's also what my grandmother, her mother, was best at criticizing everyone and everything. So she didn't learn because otherwise, why would she criticize everyone and everything?
Right.
Now my father, he's more interesting in that regard.
Okay.
He's a hypochondriac. He's a pathological liar.
Okay.
He's a master manipulator. He loves manipulating people. He will tell you a story and try to convince you of a story when it doesn't even benefit him. It's truly incredible. I've seen my dad just start telling people stories, and there's no benefit to him whatsoever. I don't even know why he does it other than attention. It's really, truly incredible. I mean, he's an intelligent person. Both my parents have master's degrees. My father has a master's degree in both English and physical education. I mean, they still both believe that Trump, is a Russian agent. They'll go to their grave believing that because fake news has told them to believe that, and they won't. It's not even about how do I disprove this information to them, because it still hasn't been proven to them.
Well, the proof is there, but they just don't want to believe it because they're so overconfident in their position about what they believe. And they just no amount of evidence. You show them like the truth, about Trump and all. You could show them statistics. I've tried it before, and it's they don't want to believe it, so it's not true.
The reason why they won't believe it is because then that would disrupt their entire belief system. People have a belief system, and then if they start seeing the truth in one thing, then that breaks down their belief system. And you have to be they conclude that only about 20% of any given population can think critically for itself. So all you have to do is get about 20% of the population to believe in disinformation, and then that 20% turns into 50%, and then that 50% turns into 80%, and then you have in almost any given population or any given group, you have about only 20% of those people can think critically for themselves.
Understood.
Which is really incredible. Because it doesn't really take a lot of people to spread fake news or disinformation. So you always have to remember that, because when you're in a group of people, you got to remember more than half the group is going to believe in basic bullshit. You could just you could be at a meeting somewhere, or you could be at I don't know, some type of meeting or gathering, and you could play a video and present this huge presentation, and the whole thing can complete nonsense, and half of the people in that group would walk away believing whatever nonsense you presented to them. The other half wouldn't believe, and then there'd be a certain percentage of them that wouldn't believe or disbelieve.
Right. And also, yeah, because I do agree with you on that about the Biden thing, and that basically if you go and it's California in some parts, you could tell the people ask them what country we broke off of, and they'll say we broke off from Africa.
People believe whatever they want to believe, but it also has to do with their belief system. You can't take a person too far away from their belief system unless they're really a unique individual, because then their whole, like, everything crashes in their life. Like, their whole life would fall apart. Like, you could, all right, let's just do it like this. Let's say we had, like, we were a live video feed of, like, Michelle Obama, and she's giving a speech. And then someone runs up and pulls her pants down, and everybody sees she has a penis. Half the population that saw that would still disbelieve that she was a man. They would say, no, that's a woman. Even though they saw the penis, they would be like, nope.
I agree.
That's a woman.
Like, you could clearly show them something like that, and then they won't believe it anyway because of their belief system.
So you can't work with those people.
I understand.
I mean, it's just like, when someone, like, all right, here's a great example. Like, about 3 weeks ago, I was lifeguarding, and there was a woman that came in. She had problems with her legs. She was in a wheelchair, and she needed to use the lift. And the woman from the front desk says, well, do you guys know how to operate the lift to get this woman in the pool? And I normally don't work at that pool. I only go over there once in a while to cover shifts because I like it over there. And the two girls that are normally working there had no idea how to operate the lift to put her in the pool. So
Okay.
I told the woman at the front desk, well, if you give me about 5 minutes, I'm sure I can figure it out. Just give me a 5-minute head start, and I'll get her in the pool. And if I couldn't get her in the pool, I was going to pick her up and put her in the pool, and pick her up and take her out of the pool, because this woman was going to swim one way or another, okay? But I wanted to see if I can get the lift going, because I'm pretty smart, and I'm like, I can figure this out. So I pulled the lift out. It's a big thing. It weighs about 400 pounds. And the first thing I'm looking for is a plug to plug it into the wall, because it's obviously got to operate on electricity somehow. So then I concluded that it doesn't have a plug. It must have a battery. So I said to the two girls, I go, so where's the battery for this thing? And they both, like, they're clueless, but they work there every day, so they have no idea. So I start looking in the back room for the battery, and the one girl starts looking, and she can't find it. So then I was like, all right, well, it's got to be here somewhere. So I start searching around, and sure enough, I find the battery. And then I show it to the girl. She goes, oh, yeah, that must be it, because it's the same color. And I was like, well, it's not because it's the same color. It's because I can tell it hooks up to the machine because it has the same indentations where the battery would go. So, all right, so she grabs the battery, she brings it over to the machine, and she tries to put it in the chair. And she gets it in the slot with where the battery's supposed to go, but the machine won't operate. It's blinking. All the lights are blinking on it. So I realized there was an emergency stop button on it. So I'm thinking, all right, well, the reason why it's blinking and not operating is must because the emergency stop must be engaged. And again, the two girls, they don't know how to figure this thing out. So I'm like pressing on this big red button, and the button doesn't change. And then all of a sudden I twist the button and it pops up, and I get the lift to operate. And so then I get the lift over by the pool, and I get the woman in the lift, and then I lower the lift into the pool, and now she can swim, and everybody's happy, right? But now it's time for me to leave. So I say to the girl, okay, well, I'm going to be leaving. Do you guys think you can operate the lift? And she goes, yeah, no problem. But then she decides to pull the lift away from the swimming pool. And I'm like, why did you just do that? And she goes, well, I can put it back when she goes to leave. I'm like, well, it was operating. Everything was safe with it. Like, why did you move it? And she goes, well, I don't know. And I'm like, well, yeah, you moved it because you're an idiot. Like, why? Like, the thing was all set up for this woman. All they had to do is then lower it and get her out. So I said to her, I go, we were talking about music. And I go, well, this proves quantum physics, what I was talking about music just a little while ago. And she goes, no, that doesn't. She goes, quantum physics disproves everything in the Bible. And I'm like, well, if that's your opinion. And I go, well, I honestly believe the reason why I was able to operate this is because I believed prior to this that I could make it work. And she goes, no, that wasn't that. She goes, it was Jesus. The reason why the woman got in the pool is because of Jesus. Because Jesus wanted it to happen. But guess what would have happened that day if I wasn't there?
Well, look.
Yeah, but guess what? Guess what would have happened if I wasn't there that day? She would have said Jesus didn't want her to go swimming.
You see, and also, you see, it's a good thing to point out. Now, I believe that God brings Jesus brings the right people at the right time to help other people because he isn't physically here to do it. So, and I think God put you there to help her.
Why didn't God help her find the battery? Why didn't God, like,
Well, because
Allow
you're
her
there.
to
I
know how
mean,
to operate the lift.
it's like you gotta
But
you
there's,
want to
but
just
nobody gives
you
me
want to
any
sit
credit for it.
around
It's like, why
you
give,
you
why
want to sit
like, hey Norm,
around
great job. Like,
and Jesus just comes back and
yeah.
it's like no, you should be credited for it, of course, and also you were a
But
great
she
help
gave me
from
zero
God.
credit. She said the only reason why that happened is because Jesus wanted it to happen. That's the most that made me laugh so freaking hard. I left there thinking, all right, well, maybe Jesus wants her to get out of the pool, and if Jesus doesn't want her to get out of the pool, that lady will be in the pool until the next time I show up.
No, you are a tool. It's like Norm. It's like a hammer and it says Norm on it, and you're the tool that he uses to help.
I think that's just so ridiculous because if I wasn't there, she would have said Jesus didn't want her to swim that day.
There would have been another lifeguard that could have helped her. Like,
no, check this out. So I sent a message to the aquatics coordinator, and you know what he said to me? He goes, "There's been 3 other times where people couldn't go swimming because they thought that same machine was broken."
mm-hmm.
So 3 other times people in wheelchairs have showed up, and they couldn't operate it and get the person in the pool.
And as I said, God had you learn those skills and put you there.
Didn't want those people to swim?
You are the agent. You're the hammer. It's like a hammer. It says Norm, and it's like God put you here to do something, and then it's like you want him to just do it himself. But yes, you should be thanked for what you did, and also God too.
I don't need to be thanked. I just know that I was smart enough to make that machine operate, and if she was smart enough to make that machine operate, then she would have been able to do it. But she didn't even know that it needed a battery. And then once she got the battery in the machine, I let her put the battery in it because she wanted to be part of the operation of getting this lady in the pool. So I was like, all right, no problem. Let her put the battery in there. And if she doesn't know how to put it in there correctly, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
But once the battery was in the machine, once we made it that far, she didn't know how to operate it. And she didn't even know, she didn't know that there was a safety mechanism, preventing it from operating. And it just, for me, just being curious enough to press the button and twist the button, I was able to get it working.
Well,
just my curiosity got it.
Well, it's good that God put you there and caused you to be curious, and that you were there, and that you did it, and that you were at the right place at the right time and the right moment to help that lady. It's like if you weren't there, she wouldn't have swum. She wouldn't have been able to do what she wanted to do. But God put you there so you could do it.
Way to look at it. I have enough experience in so many other fields that I'm curious enough to just press buttons until I got that button to release. And I was smart enough to know that thing needed a battery. And then once I knew that needed a battery, I knew what I was looking for.
Now, this is a joke.
I kept looking in random locations until I found it.
I'll have to say a joke. Now, this is a joke, right? So were you the one that put the button? Were you the one that put the button in the submersible? Because he pressed the one button and that was it. He was able to go down there.
You mean with
Oceangate?
Oceangate?
Yeah. Did you put the button there?
I think that's a gigantic hoax. The whole thing, Oceangate, is just a gigantic hoax, and those people are laughing at us right now for believing in it.
Now, what do you?
I think they're just so. The thing is, they think it's the funniest thing ever.
Now, also,
I used to work with people who used to just tell people completely nonsense stories, and then after the person left the room, they would just start laughing. And it was really kind of malicious in a way, because they would just tell people. Like one time, I was at Dick's Sport when I was working at Dick's Sporting Goods as their archery expert. A woman came in and she wanted to swim in the Hudson with her kids, and one of the salespeople told her that he swam with swimmies, like those things you put on your arms. Mm-hmm. And he goes, "That's how I swim in the Hudson, with swimmies." Mm-hmm. And she's like, "Really?" She goes, "I'll have to go buy some." He goes, "Yeah, you can go buy them at Walmart." And she leaves. He turns around, he just starts laughing at me. And I realized that he was just a real rotten individual. But that was the joke for the day, to tell the lady to go out and buy some swimmies. I said to him, I go, there's shale. There's like really sharp shale in the Hudson. And as soon as they bump into some shale, those swimmies are going to pop, and that lady and her kids are very, very likely to have trouble swimming at that point. And he just laughs at me. He just walks away and just starts laughing. Like that was his entertainment for the day, to tell her to go out and buy those things you put on your arms and swim with your kids in the Hudson. That was just he was just entertained by that.
And also, I'm reading that there was these situations in the 20s with the miners that there were, and also the local natives at that time in the 1800s and stuff, they were seeing these big hairy ape creatures that were attacking them. So I know your thoughts on it. I'm just saying that there's, throughout the time of we were here in the Americas, and before that, there's these stories of this Bigfoot creature. It's kind of random. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I mean, we do have evidence that there was chimpanzees that were the size of human beings. There's like this giant chimp that's like 6 feet tall. Joe Rogan talks about it on some of his podcasts that they have.
Yeah.
And they have actual pictures of the chimp. And then we have gorillas. I mean, gorillas have existed, but we have if you look at the lineage of gorillas and apes, they all originate from animals that were much smaller. If you look at the lineage of horses, they were tiny. They were like the size of like a little tiny dog. If you look at like tigers, they all originated from tiny little cats. Like everything started small and got bigger. Everything. There's no exception to that.
And,
I have to research the thing about bats. That's very interesting that we don't have the lineage that goes back, but bats are absolutely mammals, and they are related to other mammals that look similar. Like, just because we don't have the evidence that concludes that bats evolved from, or we don't have the evidence that concludes that, like, we don't have, like, the steps in between, like, bats with, like, non-flying bats that eventually got bigger and then developed, more, bigger wings. But there's evidence of, we have flying reptiles. We have reptiles that fly through the air now. They don't actually fly, but they glide. We have sugar gliders, and we have flying squirrels, and they're related to squirrels. We know emphatically that flying squirrels are related to squirrels. They don't flap their wings, but they glide.
All right. So I see what you're saying. Also, I have another caller, but one thing I want to make clear is that there's been this roach.
Yeah, sure.
There's been
No problem.
a roach running around this room, kind of being annoying. I think I tried to kill it, but it didn't completely go. But I like hearing your thoughts and the call, and look forward to more calls with you. Now I'm gonna get to another one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Sounds good. I'm gonna listen to the rest of your show for sure.
Okay, bye.
Have a good night.
Okay, you too.
Or good morning. Bye.
All right, interesting call from Norm. All right. Now, Latina wants to come through. All right. All right. Now, Latina could come through. In a moment, whenever it comes through. One, two, three. Oh, yeah. All right. All right. Oh yeah, so it was like waiting for Latina to call in, and there she is. All right.
Hello.
Hello, Latina.
Hi. You know how your guest was saying that he doesn't believe everything he hears? Well, I don't believe everything I hear either, but there are folklore stories that are passed on with oral tradition.
Mm-hmm.
And that article that I sent you is based off of oral tradition.
Yes.
And there were tales of these lost cities, right?
Yes.
That would have been impossible to find without satellite help or these drone help. I forget how they found it exactly. I hope that article has how they found the city, but I know that they used some sort of technology to find it. And there are pictures in that article. I didn't read the article, but like I said, I wonder if those artifacts are part of a written language.
Okay.
And that's all I was going to say.
Oh, I agree. I think that makes sense, and I was telling him stuff from the article you sent me. I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
thank you.
okay, okay.
What?
Did
you
you
want to ask something else?
Okay, so
I
I'll add
really
something. I'll add something.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
basically, when him and I were talking, I was telling him things in the article about they had this monkey god thing, and that's the same thing with the Bigfoot. And I was reading that to him, and from the other articles, I was reading various things and telling it to him, and also I was talking about the folklore and different things like that. But yeah, he just simply, when we were talking, he simply just has this thing of this philosophy, that he's not going to believe it until he sees a fossil of it, and for whatever reason, he just isn't going to budge about that. But we made a very good case, and I'm thankful for the articles you sent me about that. It was a very big help.
You're welcome.
And I will also
share some of the pictures with the chat, or
yeah. I could put it on the other screen, and I could show them. And he's watching.
Okay, thank you.
And also I'll say
All right.
that basically, yeah, in the native writings, that's possible that their information could have been censored or destroyed. That's possible too. I agree with you.
And also, there could be that maybe some of the tribes were maybe more newly broke off, and maybe like different levels in society, where you have like a higher class, which would be the rich, and then maybe a middle class, and maybe they had a poor class. We don't know, because so much of the Native American history has been actually literally intentionally destroyed.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They wanted to kill them all.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. I guess that's all I have to add. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye. All right. Good. All right. Good call from Latina. All right. And I'll put that on the screen. It's over there, on the bottom. And yeah, it's over here. Okay, I'm going to put this in a different window. Minimize that. And we're going to go here, and we're going to go there, and it thinks it's something, but it's not there anymore. Safari, Lost City. All right, chat. Here we go. Let's go here. Very good call from Latina. Very good call. Okay. Well, let's put this over here so people can see what's going on. Okay. Let's look at some of these pictures. Go here. All right, here we go. So the finding of the lost city in a flesh-eating illness with Pertson. And these are some of the artifacts in there, some of the pictures. And the lost city of the monkey god. And this was in South America, in Mosquita. And they had a language and everything, and they had all these things that could only be seen from satellites and stuff, and there was no evidence or proof it was there, but they found it out later. So a disbelief doesn't mean something isn't real. And people could have their own personal opinions. And other specifically unexplored areas where there might be undiscovered ruins include the deeper parts of the Amazon and heavily forested mountains and the central highlands of Peru. Finally, the most of the seabed has never been explored, and there are many shipwrecks and natural wonders to be found. And you use this first part of the book to explore some of the history of the region and how its city has been seeped in the legend. And it's fascinating how impenetrable this part of the world is, and how much did the geography, did terrain help to shield the ruins. Geography, natural and human, has everything to do with why the city remained undiscovered in this area. Some of the thickest rainforests on Earth covers precipitous mountains and chains, some over a mile high, with roaring torrents, frequent landslides, steep ravines, waterfalls, and pools of quick mud that will swallow a person alive, and noxious insects carrying disease. So basically they're saying that these things were discovered later, and it was hard to figure them out, but they found them out later with the satellites. And I may have not been specific about the Indians, the native people, the natives here, that this occurrence that happened with the people there, with the Bigfoot, it was only certain groups, like certain tribes, that saw the Bigfoot thing. It wasn't all of them. So this thing about the Native American languages, it could be debatable. I mean, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the Bigfoot thing. That only, I'll tell you all right now. So, let's see. Let's read about the the Indians. Let's just clear this all out, because it was a specific thing. It's not secure. So I don't want to go there. Let's see. Bigfoot stories from Native Americans. Now, chat, I want to be specific that regardless if the natives had languages or not, you know, that whatever the language they had or didn't have, that's not the argument. It's that they were able to tell about these different stories about these creatures that they saw, these Bigfoot creatures. And it was certain ones, it wasn't all of them. So some of them may have not have had languages. They may have had help from Europeans, maybe. But the other ones, maybe not, and that may not be a factor. So if the natives had help detect what was going on, they said, oh yeah, and they translated it into their language of what they were seeing. So that doesn't mean they didn't see a Bigfoot creature, if they had help from them or not. But I do believe that Europeans that came here, we did create houses, electricity, and we're not living in teepees and stuff. And I think that we did a lot of innovation. All right, but I do think that it's interesting to have these debates about what's going on. I'm not against the Europeans or anything, but it's an interesting concept what's going on about this. And I'm just going to make clear about this Indian stuff, about what they saw. So we're going to make this clear, and so it was a certain group of Indians that saw this thing. It wasn't all of them. See, this is going to be absurd. This is going to be absurd. No. Read a little bit of this and go to something, because this thing isn't showing the full article for some reason. The world has always been fascinated with creatures known as Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and the Yeti. Much of the began in 1960s, when the onslaught of Bigfoot hype that followed the release of the famous footage shot by Roger Patterson. The film seems to show a large hairy mammal walking upright and disappearing into the forests. It is grainy and a little out of focus, but it captured imagination back then. This Bigfoot sensation has paranormal groups media withdraw. Let's see. It talks to the Indians, okay. However, the modern society doesn't realize that this creature is nothing new. Indigenous people across the globe had relationships with these creatures for hundreds of years and often associate them with natural and supernatural phenomena. Tribal beliefs base Bigfoot stories either on actual encounters or mystical perceptions of natural spirits. This article will share some various descriptions of the creature's tribal beliefs of the Choctaws and the Chickasaws. So this is not all the Indians, just some of them saw this thing. And if they had help translating this or whatever, that's, has nothing to do with if they saw Bigfoot or not. The Europeans may have helped them convey what they were seeing into language, so no one made it up about the Bigfoot. They're just conveying of what they saw. If it's real or not, this is what they said they saw. A surprising story written by a United States president and short description of the ideal Bigfoot habitat. Various tribes describe, so once they're able to have language or whatever or write, then they can describe what they're seeing. Describe Bigfoot as an enigma shrouded in powder and magic. At times, he is perceived as a violent and crude, and other trances that he is a helpful partner amongst tribes. General descriptions range from a hairy beast with gray, white, black, brown, and red hair, height ranging from 7 to 10 feet, weighing from 300 to 600 pounds of pure muscle, and a howl that can cause a person's hair to stand on the end. He is often found in the deep woods, near the water, and areas good natural shelter. Tribes names beast according to the nature and physical descriptions. The following are some examples. And it doesn't show the whole article for some reason. The Somali, Sasti Kapachi Esti. Tall mammal, tall hairy man. So they called it the Sasti Kapachiki Esti Kapachiki. So that's what they called it. In our language, it's tall hairy man. According to the Book of Oklahoma Settlements, Medicines of Magic and Religion, the creature is described as resembling a human, but immense stature, 10 feet tall or more in height, and covered with gray hair. He customarily carries a great wooden club made from branch broken from a tree. Tall man is reported of having a penetrating odor and smell a stagnant muddy pond. So yes, let's just say Europeans helped them convey some kind of a language, so then they described what they were seeing. That, as said, that argument has nothing to do with if they saw this thing or not. So this is what, when they were able to have language, if they didn't have language before, that's what they conveyed. Or if they always had language, then that's what they conveyed with their language. Alright. And let's see. So it wasn't all Indians, it's just some of them. Yeah, so here are some artifacts of depictions of them, and I was reading it to him earlier. Let's see. So, I just want to see some pictures here. So we see these depictions of the Bigfoot creature, of what they saw. Just like with the aliens and different creatures that they've seen, this is some of the depictions of what they saw. They are tall, two-legged, completely covered in hair. It would seem they operate and act directly, entirely from the heart of consciousness. For decades, in Western popular culture, they have been referred to as Bigfoot. However, First Nations people of America and Canada refer to them as Sasquatch or Sasquatchian, and have an authentic and deep respect for them. The First Nations people of differing clans and tribes across North America and Canada have coexisted for hundreds, if not thousands of years with Sasquatchian and have revered them as divine, all-knowing creatures. But they are real or myth. Norm, it's not about their technology. This is about if they believed in Bigfoot or not. It's not about if they wrote, if they didn't know 2 + 2, if they said 2 + 2 = bicycle. It doesn't matter what they said, or what they thought, or what technology they have. It's about them believing that there is this Sasquatch thing in North America. That's all. It's from their mythology. It's from their religions. Their ancient religions. It's nothing about what they do or don't do. That's not that. And I'm looking back on the call, which is a very interesting call. It's not about what they did or didn't do, or what America did to them or not. That was an off-topic thing, but it was interesting discussion. I was just trying to talk about they believe that they see and have depictions of this Bigfoot creature. That's all it was about. And are they real or myth? First of the time in film history, a vital, groundbreaking documentary by the Hidia Native Canadian and Alaskan filmmakers in Bell and Sagmia. Dive deep into the world of nations, people, and their secrets relating to the Sasquatch. The documentary looks at the factual narrative of this creature from the divine and fearless perspectives of Native American societies, particularly from the elders of these societies. To them, the Sasquatch are the guardians of the forest, part human and part animal, with understanding of the consciousness of both. Simply titled Sasquatchian in 2016 documentary, premiered at the Red Nation Film Festival in California, takes the viewer at a comprehensive journey of Sasquatch and the connections to humans through the First Nations people in North America and beyond. Essentially, the film reviews the secret ingenious knowledge about the Sasquatch, supporting interviews with elders of other Navajo and Blackfoot nations, as well as several other in California-based tribes. It's been eerie to discover how just consistent and cohesive the story is from nation to another. So these nations that are all not connected to each other in different parts of the United States without any technology, as Norm is very clear, they didn't have any kind of advanced technology. Why are they all seeing the same kind of story? You know, they all could see the same thing, like with the Bible. These people are all over different parts of the Middle East, and they all agreed on the same thing, and they were far away from each other, and without technology or anything. So it's marvelous that the Bible was preserved, and that these people from different parts of the country that would have not have had the technology, they had bow and arrows and all this stuff. They didn't have what the Europeans had, so they wouldn't have been able to transmit this rumor so far across everywhere, because they didn't have the technology to do it. They wouldn't have the resources or thoughts to even come up with these things with the technology, in theory. But they saw these creatures and these things, in my opinion. Even if it was made up, there seems to be strong proof and evidence, in my opinion, that there could be something here. It's been eerie to discover just how consistent and cohesive the stories are from another. What we're bringing to audiences in the film is a look at a creature that we really didn't know anything about. And it's notable that we relied on ingenuous wisdom to help us find the way. And I think it's good, a side note, I think it's good that we do live in houses with electricity and running water. I think that's good that we all have that. But it's not about, the argument's not about that. It's about the Bigfoot thing. Lori Baker, a cultural leader, interviewed with the film, speaks of the fact that Sasquatch have been part of their traditional culture since the beginning of time, and refers to the fact that non-indigenous people in this earth haven't been in Mother Nature as long as indigenous people, therefore, don't have the same connection reference to Sasquatch. We interviewed people who primarily had deep historical knowledge that had been unfettered in colonization procedure. In the message, elders have been holding onto this, that we hunt for Sasquatch. The closer we get to the end time, the elders and other tribe clan members throughout America and Canada believe that Sasquatch have divine powers. This goes with what SC Wolverines and I were saying about how they have interdimensional relations. In the native world, what we could find is Sasquatch as guardian of the forest. When it comes across areas that are clear cut, Sasquatch become confused. Some of the old songs describe them as coming at a clear on an area, in our area, and being saddened. Remember in school I did some in literature, we did this thing, we talked about the pact that the Indian tribes made with each other. And then they had all these wars. But I remember that they're making these pacts with each other. Right, you know, because the native peoples, they created those pyramids. And also another thing I want to mention is that, remember what, she unfortunately left because she got tired, but let's say, what's her name? Yeah, and we see these people, they always, in their native culture and their traditions, that they had these things. Right. And also, basically, I'm going to go over here. And let's go here, and we're going to talk about the snake. My good friend Norm in the chat, I have something interesting to show you. Alright, so the the Indians, they created this thing called Serpent's Mound. And with Serpent Mound, it was this thing where the people, the Indians, they were depicting something that could only be seen from the sky, and they created this mound to attribute to the thing they saw in the sky. And also the other Indians, also they created these pyramids, just like the ones in Egypt and South America. And that is very complex, that they're able to do that. And they had the Mayan calendar and the different languages and things. But yes, the Europeans, we have, and the Asians have done a lot, and we have a really brilliant technology. And also, these people had technology too. And I'm going to, because they're able to build these pyramids, and they probably had alien help. I wonder what Dark Meta would think of this if he was here. Alright, so this is some more information about the Sasquatch and the Indians. In Norm, we do have great technology, and it's good that we had that. And it's good that we were able to come here and make our country. Here. Alright. The cockroach might be walking around in the background. Okay. Stories of a hairy forest-dwelling bipedal primate have persisted for centuries in British Columbia, but perhaps more important than whether it exists is what it symbolizes. From the outlook above the Harrison River Valley in southwest British Columbia, dense forest stretches all the way into the snow-capped mountains of the Pacific shore, thick with towering western red cedars, hemlock, and Sitka spruce trees. And the wilderness continues almost uninterrupted, all the way to north of Alaska. Beyond the roads and hiking trails, the terrain soon becomes impassable and punctuated by the steep mountains that plunge into glacier-carved lakes. This remote valley, 130 kilometers east of Vancouver, conjunctures with ancient land filled with mystery and possible, and some believe it's home to the world's most famous cryptid, Sasquatch, Canada's Bigfoot. I'd arrive at the viewpoint, an all-terrain vehicle with Bhima Gothir, who leads towards the region where sightings have been reported. I can't say for sure that they are real, he said. I have feeling that there has to be some truth behind it, and there's a lot of stories, especially here. We have very rich mythology. There have been 37 notable Sasquatch sightings near the town of Harrison Hot Springs since 1900, called Bigfoot in the United States, the Yeti, Methoth, the wild man of the snow. And the Himalaya Sasquatch is tall, hairy bipedal primate-like creature of disputed existence. Regular sightings have kept the popular legend alive, but now it's being told from an indigenous perspective. And the change is driven by the public interest of the idea of Sasquatch rooted in spirituality and symbolism rather than sensationalism. The creature is considered sacred to the West Coast, the First Nation, and particularly to the Stayhalis, who has lived in Harrison River for at least 10,000 years. And let's see. So in their mythology, that the Sasquatch Museum that worked in the Sistilis, member of the Boyd Peters, who provided input on the original Sistilis acquisitions, included a drum of replica of wood of the Sasquatch. Other displays explain that the belief that the Sasquatch is a caretaker of the land and a totem of their nation. A stylized image of Sasquatch in their flag, this exhibits the juxtaposed, interesting word, juxtaposed with casts of Sasquatch footprints, new clippings about the sightings that date back to 1884, a long book of reported local encounters. Latina, I saw your message. I'm going to go to it in a moment. Since the museum opened, tourist members of the visitor center have doubled 200,000 annually, and the resort community received a CAD 1 million government grant to build the expanded museum and visitors centre facility that will aim to balance the telling Western sighting accounts with the Sasquatch stories. Thank you, Norm, for making that point. All right. There are some interesting pictures. Here we go. So a historic photo shows the community members dressed in Sasquatch costumes. So this is something. So say Norm and I are in a sales ship, and we come over here and help these people talk, hypothetically. They were doing this thing, and they had this thing around, allegedly, and they had them dressing up as the creature. So that's basically like, in their mythology, in their culture, that this thing was a thing that protected the forest and stuff. So my point is, regardless if they were primitive or not, that they had this thing, the Bigfoot thing, definitely is likely a true cryptid. And I really will try to go out and find a fossil of this thing or something and show Norm on the stream to help him understand it better. Your first thought and the visitors are going to be crazy, but they're not. That they're ordinary people. Some stories are pretty compelling. And those are the Bigfoot things. The prints, maybe they're real, maybe they're not. Alright. We'll go back to that thing. But I will say the Europeans, like we did, create a lot of, like houses and electricity and running water, and I think that is a benefit we all have from them. My dad's side's from Europe, and I think that there's positive things that came out of it. Okay, I got the thing on the page. Here we go. And I was going to have Norm call back in, kind of running out of time, but I wanted to show these things and talk about the Sasquatch thing because I didn't fully explain it before I had my buddy Norm call in, because I wanted him to come through and talk about the different things. But I'm glad to have him and everybody else in the chat, and I'm glad that we all have our different opinions. It's interesting discussion. Has the White City of the Monkey God been found after 500 years? Ruins could be legendary lost jungle city, where lurid tales say tribes worshipped a giant Simeon deity and bred ship human children. National Geographic team has ventured into the Honduras rainforest to look for the fabled White City filled with gold, and found that White Rebel which they believe to be remnants of the temples, but thousands of years ago, American explorer of the 1940s said people believed a monkey god raped women and had half monkey babies. There's a flea on me. I'm going to show some pictures of it. Yeah, that's the monkey thing. That's the jungle. And this is from the natives. So this is from the India. You know, also in India they had something like this, and this shows that. So in India they have a god that's like this. Norm, I'm going to have to give that some thought. Just joking, just joking. Alright, so, and this is in the Aztec, and thanks to Latina that she brought this up and sent this to me. Some pictures of the ground, and they're going to show me pictures. They're not going to show me the thing that they just showed a moment ago, because I have to scroll down here, and, come on, dude. Okay, so this other page had it. Here we go. So we're going to put the monkey god up. So you had this monkey god, like a Bigfoot creature. And that's a depiction of him. So this is like the Bigfoot creature that the Aztecs had. And that's their depiction of it, the Bigfoot creature. Here's some more. And they're able to make sculptures. Look, they have sculptures. They're able to make sculptures, and they had the technology to do these things also. And we also helped, as like Norm and I came here, and we brought electricity and everything else here. But these people did some things too. And yeah, because in India, I believe they're the fallen angels or the interdimensional beings, in my opinion. And Norm, we didn't talk about interdimensional stuff, so we'll talk more about that on the next call. And very interesting calls. Always like hearing what you have to say. And also, that I believe these are the fallen angels, and that they came in these kind of forms. And remember, I'm going live tomorrow night, so Norm could, he could call in tomorrow, and we could continue the conversation. And, yeah, so, yeah, this is the monkey god carvings. Yes, Sarah, we could talk tomorrow. You could call into the show if you want tomorrow. Because I'm going live, tonight, actually. Like, Friday night. And, yeah, and we have, this is another monkey god depiction. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, I think you can. Sarah, I have access to that. You could do it. Yeah. We do it through that. Yeah. It's the same time I went live tonight. Last night. It was like 11 p.m. Yeah, but these are depictions of the thing. Yeah, so this is the monkey god that she was talking about. Here's another depiction of him. And right here, you're right on, Norm. I told you it's a joke. It's a joke, but I have to give it some thought. It's a joke. And yeah, so that's the monkey god, and Sarah, this is from like Mexico, and South America, and Honduras. This is Honduras. Yeah, so that's the monkey god that we're talking about. Like it's like a Bigfoot creature. These were in uncharted territory. Exactly, Latina. That's very true. May very well be possible. And they include stone ceremonial called metates, and finally carved vessels and decorated with snakes and zoomorphic figures and vultures. The most striking object emerging from the ground, the head of the fisher. We just talked about fishing. The fisher speculated were jaguars, possibly depicting a shaman transform a spirit state. Yeah, Norm, understood. Understood, Norm. And according to the Theodore Morde, stone effigies of monkeys lined the approach to the city's central temple, which built the shape of the monkey god. He described the myth: one day, 3 hairy men who looked like great apes walked into the Indian village and carried off 3 of its most beautiful and pleasing maidens. They took the girls back into the caves, trigger warning for everybody, high in the mountains to live with them and bear their children. And from this union came, however, not human nor human children, but small Urus or monkeys. So monkey humans came from this. Wow, Norm, I didn't know that. And they have a trustworthy report of the extensive and rich province, he wrote, and powerful chiefs ruling over them, and one of the particular called Hichu Palin, and another dialect of Ixucatacu, about which I possess the information of 6 years, since having all this time made inquiries about it, and asserted that the lies 8 to 10 days' march from the town of Gerlilio, or rather between 50 and 60 leagues. So wonderful are the reports about particular province that, even allowing largely for exaggeration, it will exceed Mexico in riches and equal to largeness of its towns and villages and density of the population, and the policy inhabitants. Yeah, so they're Nephilim kids, basically. Exactly. Yeah, SC Wolverines. That's really cool that you chat with us. It's awesome. Lost City, believed to be full of gold, has merited 2 names based on legends. We all need to go down there and have like a field trip, and we need to take all the gold. Text site La Ciudad Blanca, or the White City, is the birthplace of the Aztec gold Quetzalcoatl, and the old reports described elaborately carved with white stones. Other reports claim there has once stood a giant monkey-shaped temple. There were also tales of a monkey stealing 3 women in the city, raping them to create half-monkey, half-human babies, warranting their names the City of the Monkey God. Either way, it has been sought to since the conquistador Hernando Cortez first made reference in a 1562 letter to King Charles V of Spain. And there's a King Charles now. Wow. Alright, somebody's calling in. Alright. Hello, 805.
Hi.
Hello,
I'm
Latina.
sorry to interrupt your reading the article.
Okay.
But I just really, really wanted to tell you how I learned about this lost city. I was listening to Coast AM.
Okay,
and
yes.
The guy who that article is about,
Mm.
the one that, what is his name again? He was on Coast AM as a guest. I believe it was him.
Okay.
And he, at the time, was suffering from some of the effects of that flesh-eating virus.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if he's still alive at the moment, because this was like at least 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really cool because it's really crazy how he said that there were, like, when they went there and found the city, they could see, like, a lot of, like, pots, like clay pots broken all around
Mm-hmm.
the ground on the perimeter of the city where, like, maybe people lived and stuff. And that was their way of warning people to not just stay there because of this flesh-eating bacteria that I think was on from, like, flies or mosquitoes or something.
Mm-hmm.
And, you would think that that city had been there long enough to build a pyramid, right? And have
Right.
a city in the middle of the jungle.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden this bacteria pops up. And that can happen with, like, change in weather.
Mm-hmm.
Just like in the 1980s, I think, or the early 1990s, there was a Native American family that the family members started to pass away suddenly of, like, an illness, and they couldn't figure it out right away. And I think maybe one of the family members survived, and it was the hantavirus, which is from, like, the droppings of mice.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't really know that virus. They didn't, like, doctors weren't aware of that virus because, like I said, the change in weather can contribute to, like, the mice population, like, rapidly growing,
Oh, interesting.
and that can be like, what, yeah, so that was on Unsolved Mysteries. So if you want, like, I know, you have to be careful what you show, but I can send you the video, you can watch it on your own time, and if you want to try to just show it or talk about it, then you can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, I'll certainly do that. Yeah.
That's all I wanted to share.
Okay. Is this?
Thank you for reading the article.
You're welcome. Okay. Bye. All right. All right. Great call from Latina, and Norm, we'll have you come through next time. Tomorrow, like tonight, it'll be like 11 p.m. Come in and call, and we'll continue our conversation about the different stuff about the Indians, the Bigfoot, and all that. We'll continue everything. And yeah, Norm, she couldn't really call in because she lives in Japan. It's a little bit complicated. And it's good to not take personal shots at people. You know, I think that's, you know, it's best not to take personal shots. All right. Now, where is that thing at? Where? Did I get rid of the window? How am I still streaming? That's interesting. Oh, it's down here, I think. Yeah. And hello, Jacob. Nice to have you here. Yeah, we had to do that sometimes in the stream. We went live 6 hours. That's pretty good. Yeah, but I don't think she was trying to grill you, Norm. I don't know exactly for sure, but I don't think she was trying to. Let's see. All right, well, that's pretty much it. Okay. Well, put this in chat real quick. Look through chat again, because I'm funny. Alright. Yeah, because we had a very interesting conversation about many different things. Yeah. And, let's see. I see Wolverines is here. Everybody's here in chat. Interesting. And yeah, so this is a very good chat. Very good chat tonight about the... Yeah, so... Yeah, so basically with Bigfoot, I think it is a cryptid. A real cryptid. I don't think it's something that was made up. And that's the cat in the background. He was walking around. You know, he was being kind of goofy. And I think that Norm had some... It was interesting. I don't agree with everything he says, but, you know, he has interesting conversation. Yeah. And this will be developed into a podcast at some point, as requested. Alright, well, Norm, thank you for calling in. I'll look forward to your call later on today. Alright, well, okay, so, yeah, thanks everybody. I was just looking through chat. Thank you, Latina, for your calls, Norm for your call. God bless all of you. Pray for Norm and each other also. I hope everything goes well with Norm and chat in general. And about to end it. This was a very great show, and the next show will be mainly about cryptids and Bigfoot, and less about the Titan and other stuff. Alright, God bless you all, and good night. Somebody said something else. Alright, Miss Madam, hello, and see you later in the chat, because we're about to end the stream. It was nice having everybody here, and, yeah, have a good day, everybody. There will be all kinds of repeats of these streams. Alright, goodbye.